Good morning and welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting number 27. I'd like to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, oh, I hesitate to do this. There's a few people missing from their seats. Kelly, could I ask you for a roll? I'll say it very slowly. Roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington.
I am here.
Councillor Curry. Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kitts. Councillor Lowe. Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Troster.
Present.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as item 4.1 and the development charge bylaws and background studies listed as item 4.2 on today's agenda. For the official plan and zoning items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application of a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for a official plan amendment. To submit written comments on the official plan or zoning amendments or the development charge bylaws and background studies prior to their consideration by City Council on May 15th, 2024, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Are the minutes of our meeting number 26, April 24th, 2024 confirmed? We have obviously a very brief agenda today. There is the item 4.1 zoning bylaw amendment for 1158 Old Second Line Road. Were members interested in getting a presentation or holding this item? I believe we have Scott Alain. Hey, Scott, and Jeremy and Joey from SLK Partnership. If the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Is this item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on, I think. Yes. To item number 4.2, the 2024 provisional development charges, background studies, and bylaws. So we have a lot of staff available. There is a presentation available. There is an amending motion, which is at your desk. So what I'll do, is this a timely time to ask for the amending motion to be introduced? Yes. So what I'm going to do is ask that the amending motion be introduced now, please, Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Whereas the background studies for the City of Ottawa's development charge bylaws were made available to the public on March 15th, 2024. And whereas comments have been received since the release of the background studies and the need for revisions have been identified. And whereas such revisions include a revision to the Trillium Line Extension area-specific development charge to take into account the debenture payments over a 10-year period, to fully reflect in the background study the Manotick water supply and sanitary sewer service area, to revise the Richmond sanitary sewer service area development charge to take into account future growth, a revision in respect to gross population growth, a revision to address corrections to reserves to the citywide and area-specific development charge reserve funds to address residential and non-residential allocations, a revision to address a reduction to post-period benefit due to the projected population growth, a revision to delete a duplication of transportation priority measures in both the roads and related services and the public transit components of the development charge, a revision to incorporate the provision in the Development Charges Act that the applicable rate is governed in certain instances by the date of application for site plan approval or for a zoning amendment, and a request to provide for a period transition, Therefore, be it resolved that Schedules B and C to the main development charge bylaw be replaced with document 1. Schedule N to the main development charge bylaw be replaced with document 2. Schedule O to the main development charge bylaw be replaced with document 3. The third bullet on page 12 in the 2024 citywide and area-specific development charges background study is deleted and replaced with the Manotick water supply and sanitary sewer development charge was updated in 2022. The development charge has been updated to its current indexed amounts for reflection in the proposed development charge bylaw. That a 3-month transition period as forth in document 4 be inserted into the main development charge bylaw that provides for transition for those applications not benefiting from transitional measures already in the Development Charges Act, but not be applicable to the special area development charge schedules nor the area-specific stormwater development charge bylaws. That the provision set forth in document 5, which will incorporate the requirements of the Development Charges Act in respect of site plan and zoning amendment applications be inserted governing the date at which the applicable development charge rate is determined. That the costs of the transition be included in the background study to be presented to council in 2025. And pursuant to the Development Charges Act, subsection 12.3, it is determined that no further public notice is necessary. And there are a number of schedules and documents attached to the motion that's been circulated.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I'm going to turn over to our GM of planning, Vivi Chi. Vivi, will you be taking us through as well in your presentation the effect of this motion compared to what members of the public and members have seen?
Yes. we will.
Perfect. We're in your hands. Thank you.
All right, so good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Today, for your approval, we're going to present to you the team's recommendations for the 2024 provisional development charges bylaw. With me are, Gary Baker, our lead on the DC, he's the DC program coordinator. And online, we have our consultants from Hemson, Craig Binning and Jackie Hall. Our city Deputy City Treasurer is with us today, as well as Senior Legal Counsel, as well as a number of senior staff from various departments who contributed and provided input to the draft background study for their respective programs. The work that was undertaken is guided by the Development Charges Act, which sets up the ground rules on what municipalities can and cannot charge through DCs to fund projects and programs that serve growth, how rates are calculated, as well as timelines for notification. Our current DC bylaw expires May 22nd this year, so council must adopt a new bylaw before that date to continue collecting development charges. The Act specifies that a draft background study must be publicly released at least 60 days prior to a council decision. That was achieved on March the 15th. Since that date, the team continued to refine the calculation assumptions and subsequently the rates, and that's why you have that motion. This is not an unusual practice given the complexity of the file and the ongoing detailed reviews. Tweaks and revisions have happened in the past, and each time the DC bylaw is open for assessment. Today, we will be presenting the latest DC rates revised from March the 15th and comparing them to the current rates so that you can see the absolute change as well as the percentage change. There is a motion that's before you that captures those changes. And to replace the information that we have in our staff report. I would like to thank the industry working group as well as the Federation of Citizens Association for their involvement in this process and the many comments that we have received from various sources to date. We would have preferred more time for external review and consultation, but this process itself is not typical compared to past assessments. The extension request to the province was to buy us time to include an updated IMP and TMP. However, the authority to extend that did not materialize in time, so we had to pivot quickly to have a bylaw in place before the current one expires. There were legislative circumstances that have changed with Bill 23 and the introduction of Bill 185 in April 10th. So that's not too long ago. And we'll have more about this in our presentation. So with that, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Gary to take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivi. Good morning, everyone. So what I'm going to do is going to go through a set of slides to show where we are right now as of today with development charges. And I think most of the councillors have seen some or all of these slides, but so it's just kind of a refresher and an overview of what has gone on over the last several months. So the agenda, we're going to look at the background study or background information. I think Vivi provided some of that already. Municipal DC comparisons, what DCs pay for and what they're designed to help offset the costs of. The provisional background study, some more information concerning that. Proposed rates, again, Bill 185, the legislation that was introduced in April to amend the Development Charges Act again and maybe and reverse some of the changes that were made under Bill 23. Again, the bylaw report recommendations overview and next steps and timing. So next slide, please. So in general, the development charges are governed by the Development Charges Act. It lays out or it prescribes what actions have to be taken by municipalities if they want to collect development charges to offset the costs of growth. You have to prepare a forecast, establish the historical service levels, determine the increase in need for services arising from development. So it has to be specifically targeted that those services are required for future growth. Again, and then ultimately it's a point in time analysis. It's a snapshot that's taken as it's been discussed at the various meetings and here this morning. March 15th was a provisional draft of the rates at that time. There's been further corrections and adjustments made to those calculations, and those will be reflected this morning in the various charts that we're going to see in a few minutes. And as Vivi mentioned, the current bylaw expires on May 22nd, 2024, and Bill 185 will not be in place in time for us to have development charges in place so we can continue to collect them in the future. Next slide, please. So this chart is just provides a little bit of an overview of what's happening in other municipalities in Ontario and gives you a sampling of rates that are currently in place in these various locations. The first two would be in the region of York, Vaughan, and Markham. They have the highest rates shown in this chart, 145,000 and 132,000 per single family home that they charge to their home builders. I guess next would be Brampton, Mississauga, Toronto, Barrie, Hamilton, of course. Just Barrie, Hamilton, and Toronto are also single tier jurisdictions. So we use those as kind of comparators to the City of Ottawa. And then as you see, the City of Ottawa's proposed rates are listed at the bottom of that chart. And so this gives you an idea of what's happening, what's going on in other jurisdictions when it comes to development charges. Just keep in mind that our 2019 background study was an interim background study. The TMP and IMP were not updated when that background study and bylaw were passed and approved. So this is also a provisional background study because we're still also waiting for the IMP and TMP to be updated and approved. Next slide, please. So in Ottawa, what do development charges fund? So in our case, are the various services that we fund from development charges. soft services such as parks, recreation, libraries, paramedic services, fire and police, public transit is another one. And then on the engineering side of things, it's active transportation, roads and related services, water, sanitary, and stormwater drainage are the various service categories that we have in place and have had in place for a number of years. Next slide, please. So with the provisional background study, we based it on a set of assumptions. It was I like to call it a placeholder that was put in place because we didn't have an updated INP and TNP, and because of the May 22nd, 2024 deadline for the expiry date, the sunset clause was in place, the 5-year time frame that we were required to update our background study and bylaw. So there are certain sources of information were updated. For example, the active transportation network phase 1 was approved, and that's incorporated into this provisional background study. The 2022 Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, that was projects that came out of that particular master plan were used to update the provisional background study. And of course, libraries, fire, paramedics were also updated at this time over a 10-year time frame. Police and fire, in the previous 2 background studies, police and fire were under one category called protection. Now they've been split out again. There's a fire component and a police component, so they've separated themselves from each other. And of course, with the provisional background study, unfortunately, studies as of Bill 23 was an ineligible cost. So there's no studies identified in this provisional background study at this time. But under Bill 185, the legislation anticipates that once that legislation is passed, studies will once again be an eligible service. And so various master plans would be eligible for DC recovery. And of course, the DC background study itself would be recoverable. The cost of that particular project would be recoverable from development charges. As well, we've updated the forecast, but because there's no revised INP and TNP, their planning horizon ends in 2031, as opposed to 2046, which is what the basis for the official plan that was approved in 2022. But the other soft services have been updated, and their planning horizon ends in 2033. So their costs and their requests for funding have been updated and are reflected in the provisional background study. So the other thing that we didn't have the opportunity to do at this time was to update the various definitions and policies that are in the background study and bylaw. So we're hoping once the provisional background study is approved, then we can look into those particular policies and definitions and so on and so forth, and update those to reflect best practices from other jurisdictions and to make it easier for staff to interpret what is eligible to have to pay development charges versus something that may be exempt or does not have to pay development charges at building permit issuance. Next slide, please. So again, the provisional background study, it was published and posted on March 15th because you're required to do this for 60 days in advance of council approval of the new background study and bylaw, which is going to council on May 15th. So that's why that you see that 60-day time frame. That's one of the requirements of the Development Charges Act. And so we made sure that we had that posted in time to allow us to update our background study and bylaw by before the expiry date, which is again May 22nd, 2024. But since that background study was posted, there's been various adjustments made to the calculations in particular, looked at some of the denominators, some of the population forecasting, and using what our consultant feels is a more accurate analysis as to what should be used to calculate the development charges based on, say, growth population versus, say, census population. So they've made those adjustments to ensure that we are following the Development Charges Act and, again, the methodology that's required to update development charges. Next slide, please. So these are the proposed rates. What we're doing here is comparing the current, which is the October 1st, 2023 rates, to the revised rates as of yesterday. And as you can see, there's a slight increase in the rates from, well, I guess it depends on your perspective, I guess, from the current rate of 43,000, for example, for single family homes, 43,494 versus the 48,265. So there's a $4,771 increase in that particular rate. And as you can see, all the other categories of types of residential units fall in place along that same spectrum, and with 11% increase across the board inside Greenbelt for those various residential unit categories. Next slide, please. So this is the outside Greenbelt. You may or may not know that the city applies development charges for residential uses on an area specific basis. So inside Greenbelt, outside Greenbelt, and rural service and unserviced. So this is the outside Greenbelt residential charges. The current charge is around 51,000. Proposed is 57.5. It's a $6,220 increase, or 12% from the October 1st, 2023 rates that are currently in place. And again, the various other categories, multiple row, mobile dwelling, apartment, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and of course, dwelling rooms. So the same sort of linkage and increase, 12% across the board. Next slide, please. So this is the rural service area. Again, the current rate around 37,400. It's going to be around 52,500, with around a $5,100 increase, or 14% overall. And again, it's consistent across the other types of residential units, with a 14% increase for those various dwelling types that would be located in the rural service areas, such as Manotick, Richmond, Carp. Those areas would have this charge applied to them. Next slide, please. So these are the various rates that are in place in the proposed in the rural unserviced area. And rural unserviced basically means there's no water or wastewater services in place. So the overall rate is slightly lower. It's 34,000, with the revised rates at 40,500 or 600, with a 65.80 difference, or a 19% increase across the board. A little bit of a change on the multiple row, but 19 to 20% increase in the overall rates for those various residential units that would qualify as being rural unserviced, not having water or wastewater or central services. Next slide, please. So these would be the proposed citywide, and we collect non-residential development charges on a citywide basis. And we have two service categories, or two uses, industrial and non-industrial. The current charge for industrial is $14.63 a square foot. The revised rate would be $15.59, so a 7% increase overall. And on the non-industrial side, it's currently at $36.79. It's actually decreasing to $35.73, which is a $1.06 decrease, or 3%. So these would be the rates that are applied citywide, inside, outside, in the rural serviced area of the city. Next slide, please. So these are again, same idea as the residential, the rural unserviced, no water, wastewater. The rates currently are $13.23. They're actually decreasing to $13.20, a 3-cent decrease. And then on the industrial side, it's 33.31 currently, and the revised rate is 30.66, which is a decrease of $2.65. So in that case, the both rates are going down with the revised provisional 2024 DC calculations. Next slide, please. So with, as everyone's probably aware, with Bill 185, the province agreed to make changes to the Bill 23 that introduced mandatory phase-in of development charge rates retroactive to January 1st, 2022. So that's the repeal of the mandatory phase-in. So we will unfortunately be subject to that mandatory phase-in until Bill 185 is approved. And then there's been an allowance made by within the report recommendation that we would go to the full rates in a short time frame and introduce the full rates once Bill 185 is approved, and that 20% mandatory phase-in is no longer required to be applied to our rates in the first year. The Bill 185 is also reinstating studies as an eligible cost. Currently, it is it is built into our October 1st, 2023 rates. We are still collecting for studies, but once the bylaw is updated, as it is being done this week and next week, the studies will no longer be eligible. But with Bill 185, they've made an allowance that within 6 months you can reintroduce that service category, and once again commence collecting development charges to pay for things like the DC background study and indirectly maybe my salary. So that's probably a good thing. It is a good thing. So that, and they've made special allowances to allow municipalities to fast track that process. There's also, I guess, in Bill 185, the provisions I think that we were requesting the City of Ottawa to allow us to extend the bylaw were built into Bill 185. So you can see on the third item, the ability to extend life of DC bylaw. That was sort of what we were asking for. And they are going to allow all municipalities to do that. So after 5 years, you would be able to extend, or a certain length of time, extend your bylaw expiry date as long as the rates don't change. So so they have introduced that legislation that would allow us to extend ours, but everyone else in the province as well, if they so desire, and not go through a background study process. And then the final, I guess, significant change is that under Section 26.2 of the Act that was introduced under Bill 138, the province said that municipalities have to freeze DC rates applicable to zoning applications or zoning amendments and site plan applications for 2 years. So the province is thought that over, and they're reducing that 2-year freeze period. We can still apply interest, but they're reducing that 24-month period to 18 months to, I think in order to speed up maybe the provision to supply more housing. So they made the realization that probably 24 months or 2 years was too long. 18 months would be better. And I know BB asked them why didn't they go even like 6 months or a year, but they basically, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing basically said it's just a compromise. So they went from 24 months to 18 months, and they felt that that was a more realistic time frame. So as you can see that there's still comments being accepted for under Bill 185. When it was introduced April 10th, there's a 30-day period to comment on the legislation. And that doesn't end until May 10th. And then it goes to standing committee. So I think we're anticipating its approval sometime maybe at the end of May or June, before the legislature shuts down for the summer break. And then that'll give various municipalities the opportunity to either reintroduce studies or get rid of their 20% or 15 or 10%. Some, I think, municipalities may be subject to the 10% 3 years in phase-in period. So they would be able to eliminate those reductions. but not recover those costs. Those are lost costs, but at least they can go to a current a rate to collect at building permit issuance. Next slide, please. So this gives you a diagram of what we're anticipating happening over the next several weeks. So as you can see that approval as of May 15th correspond to the March 15th release of the background study. Hoping that or anticipating Bill 185 to be approved, that we would, and then within a 7-day time frame, we would turn around and remove that 20% statutory reduction or mandatory reduction that's in place. That would be in place because Bill 23 is still in effect at this time. And then we would index our rates. We'd have a transition period, as was mentioned at the beginning by Councillor Gower, of 90 days, and then we would transition to the new development charge rates at that time. And then anticipating the next update would occur once the IMP and TMP are updated. We would have, we go forward with amendments to incorporate those documents and projects that they've identified as being required to fill that or meet that 15-year gap that we currently have, to move the planning horizon from 2031 to 2046. Next slide. So again, to recap that we're looking to approve the revisional background studies for the citywide and area-specific stormwater rates that were published as part of the March 15th releases. We're looking at hoping for the repeal of approval of the new rates so that we can have them in place in order to continue to collect development charges, so that we once the May 22nd deadline occurs, that we would still have DCs in place, because we haven't been able to extend our existing rates. Again, as part of this, this is the public meeting. This is a statutory public meeting that's been advertised, still being advertised in the Citizen and the Devoir, because as part of the changes of Bill 185, it's a sad commentary, I think, is that because newspapers are disappearing, they've removed that requirement to advertise in newspapers in jurisdictions that don't have local news anymore, or not local papers. So now you just have to post on the website. But it's a good thing, but it's a sad commentary that there are various municipalities and jurisdictions that don't have local circulation of available to them for posting things to allow that information to be disseminated to the public. And then again, I guess there would be a 40-day time frame to that we will be receiving or potentially receiving appeals of the provisional rates and bylaws. And there's an ad that goes in the 20 days after approval on May 15th. We have to post that ad, and then there's that we've approved the bylaw, and then there's a 40-day window to register an appeal of those rates that have been hopefully approved next Wednesday by council. And next slide. And again, just to recap, the same, going to council May 15th, hopefully update of the IMP by the fall, and then adjust the various rates based on those projects that have been identified in order to service growth till 2046, inside and outside Greenbelt. And then the TMP sometime next year in mid-2025. And whatever projects are identified in that document out to 2046 would be incorporated into an amendment to the DC background study for those particular services, like roads and related services, for example. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. We have 9 delegations. It's gone up a little bit since last night. Before I move on to public delegations, does anyone have any questions of clarification? Clarification only with respect to the motion that might have a bearing on how you listen to the delegations? Yeah. Clarification, please.
Thank you, Chair, for that opportunity.
Just on the first page of the motion, Part A, it talks about the Trillium Line Extension Area Specific Development Charge. Could staff just let me know what that means exactly? Who does it impact?
Mr. Chair, there is a development charge that was imposed for the Trillium Line extension in 2019, and it is to run for approximately 10 years. So council approved this back 5 years ago.
And I believe that's for the community well south of Hun Club. There's a specific community.
Riverside South, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you very. Oh, sorry, I should look at the screen every now and then. Councillor Trosser.
Thank you, Chair. This could be to staff or to Councillor Gower. Could you just clarify, so the replacement motion, what's different from the original staff report is it adds a 3-month phase in, and correct? And then how much lower are the proposed DCs in the revised version in general than the original staff report? Like how much lower have they gone down on average? Just because I think it'll be relevant when people come, when the delegates speak.
Chair, so through, we're comparing it to the March 15th when the report was done versus today's numbers. So basically yesterday's numbers, May 7th. So inside the Greenbelt, I'm just speaking about numbers for the single or semi-detached. Originally it was around 28% and it's dropped to 11%.
Okay, that's a significant reduction. All right, thank you very much. That's very helpful. And I hope the delegates will take that into account when they speak to us.
Thank you for asking that. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I know population is going to be a topic that the delegations come to speak about. And one of the changes made is in relation to gross population growth. And I know you touched on it a little bit in the presentation, but can you explain briefly what the changes are in front of us with the motion to gross population growth?
Yeah, so there was one service, roads and related services, that the calculation of development charge is cost over growth, basically, right? Cost over growth gives you a DC rate. So that denominator, that growth was showing the growth of, say, the not the growth related component, but the existing component. So the consultant felt that it was better or more accurate to use the growth related component of the population, not the existing. So therefore the rates were adjusted downwards because new growth, the persons per unit, when you know that calculation, you can see the singles are higher than the semis or whatever. There's more individuals or people living in those newer units versus the existing population, right? So like someone buys a new house, they have 3 or 4 kids, that's anticipated, that's what's anticipated in the growth forecast, as opposed to existing where you have a mix of empty nesters and so on and so forth. So their PPUs, for example, persons per unit is much lower. So they use the growth projection. So that means there's more anticipating more people living or individuals living in those units, those new growth related units. And way back when, and I probably could send it to you, Ian Cross used to have a chart that kind of shows you that growth related units have a higher persons per unit than existing because of that. Empty nesters, kids going off to university, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you. So it's not changing. We're still basing the population projections on our official plan numbers. We're not changing that calculation through this motion.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Thanks, Chair. And I thought this was just clarification on the actual motion itself. So I just want to ensure that staff will come back afterwards.
Oh, of course.
Because it's turning into questions to staff right now. And I have a multitude, sorry guys, I don't usually speak that much, but I have a laundry list specifically around the concerns on the math on this. It's so all over the place. So I just want to make sure they come back so we can answer some of those questions later.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure that as we listen to the delegations, members of the committee understand what the math is. And then we'll debate the math after we've heard from delegations.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure if this question is going to be in order now or not, so you can let me know. But 28% to 11%, that's not insignificant. I was wondering how you can explain that reduction.
Yeah, just at a high level, what are the methodologies that went into that?
Yeah, and so so when the March 15th provisional background study was published, obviously we wanted to meet that May 15th deadline, the 60-day requirement, to have it posted online. So that's a legislative requirement. So once that was done, then our consultant Hemson was able to look at more in depth the various calculations, and the principal change that Councillor Gower just mentioned was concerning the population number being used to calculate the roads and related services. That resulted in like a $5,500 decrease in the citywide charge. So that resulted in the rates decreasing, but it was done in a way that if there are appeals of the background study in bylaw, that puts the city in a more conservative and more solid basis to say that we are using the correct growth forecast and not using data that does not represent what is required under the Development Charges Act.
Okay, so just one more point of clarification. So that 17% difference you're saying doesn't actually, those costs don't actually exist. It's not that we're putting.
No, the cost actually exists, just that when you're dividing in the numerator, the denominator is larger, right? So those costs are still there, but you have a larger denominator. So that's why the cost per unit goes down, right?
Okay.
So they were using a smaller denominator, so then the rates were higher. But now that with the larger denominator, the costs remain exactly the same. Just that
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now that we all understand the math.
well, and having me explain math is not necessarily a good thing.
No worries. I'm going to suggest we've got an hour or so of delegations still to come. It would be interesting to see in a really quickly whipped up slide that cost over growth number and how that changed. Just to help us understand. Let's take a look at that in an hour when we come back to city staff. Clarification?
Clarification. Thank you very much, Chair. It would also be very helpful to know, should we not raise development charges, how much property taxes would have to go up to accommodate? I don't know if that's a number that staff have figured out, but we are anyway. And perhaps that is a question best asked after delegations.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
We don't want to move into debate here because we know where that's going.
Yeah.
I know where that's going, and I agree. Okay, so let's move into delegations. We have 9 of them. First up is Mr. Giretti with the Elmville Acres Community Association. Tom, I'm assuming you're online. There you are. Thomas, you have 5 minutes to address the committee whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm Tom Giretti. I'm the president of the Elmville Acres Community Association. And I'm going to recommend that you reject the development charge study and send it back for revision. So let's see why. You can move to the next slide, please. So the development charges and the zoning bylaws, they work together to implement the official plan and ensure successful, sustainable growth. The zoning bylaws guide where and how the development should occur, and the development charges fund infrastructure needs arising from the development. So if either tool fails to be aligned with each other and the official plan, then the development fails. Yeah. So basically what is happening is that the development charges are not aligned with the official plan and with the zoning bylaws. So the areas undergoing the most growth are not receiving their proportional share of development charge funding. So if we go to the next slide, please. So imagine, just hypothetically, that all the growth in the city takes place in a single localized high-rise development. So that local area would need parks, transit, libraries, community centers. Is it fair to spend all the development charges collected from this localized development in other areas of the city? So I think the answer is no, it's not fair. The development charge spending should facilitate equitable development by distributing costs proportionally to where they are collected and required. However, they do not. Of course, in reality, not all the development occurs in one spot, like in this example. However, the official plan does call for concentrated development along hubs and corridors. And this is also reflected in the draft 2024 zoning bylaws. So the development charge spending should be concentrated in these same areas. However, it is not. So let's take a look at some concrete examples from the development charge study. Next slide, please. So this is the Smythe-Saint Laurent corridor. There's 13 high rises planned, 2,700 new units, 4,400 new residents, a 23% increase in local population. Once it's all done, there's going to be about $75 million in development charges collected. Click, please. So, I guess it's already there. So there's $0 allocated in the development charges study to expand the Dempsey Community Center, which is right in the heart of this. And there's $0 allocated to expand the Elmvale Acres Public Library. And this is despite the fact that in the development charges study itself, it says that there's no excess capacity for community centers or libraries in the inner green belt to accommodate new residents. So where are these new residents supposed to go? Next slide, please. So another example is the Carling and Highway 417. Oh, sorry. Keep going. I think there's something wrong. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. So no, you're right. So the official plan vision calls for these neighborhoods like these to be complete 15-minute neighborhoods. So that includes ensuring that services like parks, recreational facilities, public spaces, infrastructure are keeping up with the increases in population. But the development charge funding is not supporting this vision. Click, please. So another example is the Carling Highway 417 corridor. And there's 17 high rises, 4,100 units, 6,600 people, about $100 million in development charges, and they've got similar problems to what's happening at Smythe and Saint Laurent. Click, please. So this isn't just the last example. So there's Smythe and Saint Laurent, there's Carling 417, there's Preston and Dow's Lake, there's Tunney's Pasture, and many others. So this is a slide showing the land use and density map from the 2024 draft zoning bylaws. And these are the hubs and corridors. So this is a systemic problem. Okay, next slide, please. So we recommend rejecting the development charge study and sending it back for update, because it's not aligned with the official plan or with the draft 2024 zoning bylaws, and it's not aligned with the areas undergoing the most intensification. So our recommendation is to make growth really pay for growth and reject the development charge study and send it back for revision. Thanks for your time.
Tomas, thank you. Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I read your op-ed in the Ottawa Citizen as well about the same issue. I'm wondering what your proposed solution is for, because I think you're rightfully pointing out that the charges that are being made, I guess development charges are not proportionally collected and spent in the areas undergoing the most intensification. So have you reviewed potential solutions to those DC changes? Is it different in other cities? How these are allocated and where they're allocated based on the proposed intensification and actual collection of the services, which you point out we don't collect for certain services, for example, in the core, yet those are likely a new need as more growth occurs with new populations moving in. So do you have some solutions on that end?
Well, I think, the city staff and probably council is probably more of an expert on this than I am, but, I have thought about it a bit. And, for example, the libraries, there are no development charges collected for libraries in the inner green belt. So that's a big omission, right? Things like parks, development charges are collected for parks in the inner green belt, but they're only spent on regional parks and not on community parks or neighborhood parks. And oftentimes, for example, the nearest regional park to us is Brewer, which is 7 kilometers away, the Smythe-Celeron corridor, and that's not a 15-minute neighborhood. So the development charges should be collected to also fund neighborhood parks and community parks. So those are two examples. I think in general, what I see is that the development charge study is working on a bit of an outdated model. It's a bit stuck in the past where things were focused on greenfield development in the suburbs, and that required new facilities as opposed to additions to existing facilities. With the official plan calling for intensification, the majority of intensification to take place in areas like the inner green belt and with intensification, as opposed to greenfield development, there's going to have to be a real focus on additions to existing facilities. And there isn't that focus right now. It's sort of stuck in the past with greenfield development and new facilities. So I think that's another big change that has to be made.
Okay, I appreciate the information you've given us today. I'll be asking staff about that as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thomas, thank you very much for your presentation. I note that members around the table here were very engaged with it, and you've raised some very interesting and good points. I guess my question for Elmvale Acres, and I don't want to put you on the spot or make this a criticism of what I'm sure is great work that you do. DCs pay for projects that have been approved in master plans. The planning process is actually very elegant. The official plan tells us where we're going to grow. We develop master plans in order to determine what projects we need to fund in order to be able to support that growth that is according to the OP. And then the DCs pay for the capital projects that are identified in the master plans. For libraries, when the library was doing its and I'm sorry, is it a library master plan? What do they call it on that side? I'll call it the library master plan. Sorry, yeah. When they were doing their master plan gap analysis, thank you, did Elmvale Acres participate and suggest to the library that it should be expanding Elmvale?
So I've recently become the Elmvale Acres Community Association president, so I can't really speak to what happened in the past. But you bring up a good point, and that is that though the city has a very comprehensive planning process, it takes place at I would consider a rather glacial pace compared to the changes in housing that are occurring right now. So, the Transportation Master Plan, Mr. Baker said that the Transportation Master Plan and the Infrastructure Master Plan, they haven't been updated in 10 years, and they're not reflected in this study, right? The development charges study. So already we're a decade out of date there. And then the fact that the development charges study is only updated every 5 years, you could be 15 years out of date, right, with your plans. So that's a real problem in a fast changing landscape like this. And for example, the Smythe-Celeron corridor that's closest to me, none of those projects were even on the horizon 10 years ago. And meanwhile, they've all popped up, and it's the same all over the city, right?
Yeah, and so we've done the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which describes the expansions in some cases of things like community centers in order to accommodate growth. And I'll ask you, even though I suspect I know the answer, and I don't imply this as a criticism, whether or not Elmvale Acres was at the table of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan to argue for the expansion of that facility coming out of future development charges. And I'm going to guess the answer is no.
So I guess again, I've only recently become the president, but I guess the question that I would have is when there's greenfield development, there's nobody in the greenfield areas to advocate for the new facilities, right? So it seems rather bizarre that in existing areas suddenly the community associations and everybody should suddenly jump on the bandwagon and advocate for it when that that seems to be naturally taking place in greenfield development, right? So I think really, it might be a bit of a failing, I think you're probably pointing out that the community associations should be more involved, but I think in the planning process, okay, there's a failing there as well, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that in greenfield development, all this stuff is taken into account, whereas now when we're shifting our focus to intensification, it doesn't seem to be part of the planning process. You know what I mean?
Yep. Thomas, it's a great point. And I don't, and again, I'm trying to sort of soft pedal around the, because I don't intend to criticize. You are a volunteer, and some of these processes, and we have nothing but processes that community volunteers are being asked to participate in. I'm just not sure whether the city is doing the best job it can, whether we as councillors are doing the best job we can of relating high-level growth plans to decisions to fund the expansion of the community center that's at the end of your street. So your point is extremely well taken. I note that Councillor DeRoche has a question for you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate it. I'm late on the list there. Yeah, I thank the delegation. We need to hear voices from the public that in terms of why we are collecting these charges, right? There'd be some people that perceive this as a tax grab or what have you and view it in a negative light. And this is a charge that goes towards the infrastructure and services that are necessary to build complete communities. So I thank the delegations for their appearance. I guess I want to ask you, we're gonna have to defend these quite vigorously again in the context of having complete communities, and we really have to demonstrate that they are truly directed towards growth. And the example that you're giving with Elmville, I don't know too much about it, but how do we make sure that we make a solid case that this is going towards serving growth and not a perception in the community, well, my library's old or my community center's old, it still meets the needs, but I think I should get a new community center. And that's really not the intent of these charges. These charges are meant to serve, the true growth pressures that are happening. So, how do we make sure that we're focusing on the growth and not this perception that, we want something new because we have something old?
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, and I think it's a big point of confusion often is separating out the funding required for growth and to support growth, and just the sort of background funding, which is taxpayer funding for just regular infrastructure. I think in the areas and the development charges study I think does a very good job of that actually. It's got some failings, as I've pointed out, but it does a very good job, right? I think you can use hard numbers, right? The sort of hard numbers that I've pulled up where, we know how many residents, how many units are coming in. We know, what the increases in population are going to be. It's clear that, that those are going to require additions to existing infrastructure, right? So, I think it's really just the hard numbers that you have to focus on. It's to make that point.
Okay. Lastly, would you support a strategy in that context? Would you also support a strategy that the city says, well, we're going to look at our assets and we're going to start to consolidate some of them, because in the 1950s and 60s, it doesn't make sense that we have a hockey rink here and a pool somewhere else, and maybe we would build a consolidated building just as we are in the suburban communities so that we're more efficient in the delivery of the service. Those are tough political decisions. I don't discount that. But is that something you'd support, that the city would take on that strategy of supporting growth in these communities by potentially consolidating the recreational facilities that we have?
I think that, anything that we can do to deliver the services more efficiently is a good idea, right? But it has to be traded off with other goals that the city has as well. You can't have a 15-minute neighborhood and then have a single recreational facility for the entire city, for example, right? So you have to say, okay, well, how are we going to trade these things off against each other, right?
Yeah, that's true. Although I don't think you can have kind of $100 million rec complex, within 15-minute boundaries. Like that's probably
absolutely.
So some of them have larger catchments, obviously, right? When you're talking about catchments of tens of thousands. But I appreciate the answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you because I know there's a lot of delegations, but thank you. Today's very thoughtful comments.
Thomas, thank you very much for the work that you do in Elmville Acres, and thank you very much for kicking us off with the stimulating presentation.
Thanks
we'll
for
move
giving
on.
me the chance.
We'll move on to our next delegation, Marko Milsuvic. Milsuvic, I apologize for that. Marko, I am going to guess you're joining us online.
Yeah, can you hear me?
There you are. We can hear and see you. Thank you very much. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, hi there. My name is Marco, and I'm a representative for the local Strong Towns Ottawa conversation. I'm here to speak not necessarily against the idea of development charges, but in hopes that the city takes a good long look at what they're doing with these funds and how wholly unsustainable the current model is. The city realizes we need to move away from car dependency. You frequently mention alternative options in the official plan and how important 15-minute neighborhoods are, along with so many other nice things. This all sounds great, but when it comes to putting the rubber to the road, it seems like the only rubber the city is choosing is car tires.
Members are just finding it a bit fast.
Oh yeah, I'll slow down, sorry.
I think you're probably presenting a set of comments, so I'll give you some latitude to just speak a little more slowly, even if it goes a little over time.
Sorry, thank you. I'll slow down a bit. Why are we widening the Airport Parkway, inducing more car driving demand when we have the LRT right there alongside it? This is a project that will cost us $70 million. Do we want people to choose better modes of transportation, or do we want to encourage car travel? Because the city is sending mixed messages with all these sprawling car-dependent road widening projects. The city allocates about 40% of development charges for road servicing, almost all of that encompassing what is called citywide projects. I've included a picture here showing what these so-called citywide projects are. These are projects amounting to $900 million of development charges. About $300 million of this will be coming from DCs generated within the Greenbelt. Almost every single one of these, without fail, is some sort of road widening project that is happening in the furthest suburbs of the city. I ask why $300 million of development charges that are being generated in the core of the city are being sent out to the suburbs. This money will be used to construct unsustainable road widening projects that will only further indebt our city by creating sprawled car-dependent infrastructure. The Finance and Corporate Services Committee just mentioned how we don't even have enough money to service existing city assets over the next 10 years. Next slide, please. Is the city really trying to claim that the money generated inside of the Greenbelt makes sense to be used on projects that these people will almost certainly never use? A part of the city that often already travels with alternative modes of transportation. Next slide, please. You can see here that the city expects almost no new vehicle kilometers traveled for inside the Greenbelt residents. So why are they funding these projects that they won't use? Why are we not prioritizing efficient transportation projects such as the Baseline BRT or the Carling BRT, which would both be a huge backbone of transportation for all sorts of new development throughout our city? It would also spur more density around the BRT, which is exactly what the city should be encouraging. It falls in line with all of the plans, and yet instead we prioritize adding 2 lanes to the furthest suburbs of our city. This money should be used in the communities that it is generated in, not siphoned out to the least financially viable parts of our city. Next slide, please. DC projects can be misleading because you get a big chunk of money upfront and think that you're able to support certain projects. The issue is when it comes time to repave these roads, you've not created the tax base necessary to support any of these developments. This is why we have such deteriorating roads all throughout our city. This is not normal. When we get in the mindset of growth paying for growth, we only ever think of the first life cycle of these projects. But I would hope our city has the foresight to think about what will happen 15, 30, or 50 years from now. Where will the funds to upkeep all of these widened projects come from? We constantly hear about how we're going to keep property taxes low. So how exactly are we going to be funding any of this? You can't simultaneously keep property taxes low and yet increase the financial burden on the city when we already aren't generating enough money. The city seems to me like a teenager that just learned about credit cards, spending DC money to buy more and more, but forgetting that the debt will have to be paid off at some point. The city is now asking for an increased credit limit before we figured out how to pay for the past debts. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to highlight how awful our current housing situation is, as I'm sure you're all aware of. If you're going to be making the situation even worse by increasing charges to new housing, which will trickle down to higher expense on housing and rent, I would hope that you better make sure you're using these funds for really important projects that actually enhance the lives of the people that you're charging and work towards the goals the city has set, not progressing us further into car dependency. DC's increasing will make it so less housing gets built, and the housing that does get built will be made by larger developers and will be more expensive. If you're going to go down this path, please make sure you're prioritizing the right projects. The types of projects that will not only enhance the lives of the people in the city by giving them transportation options, projects that make our city more financially viable and in turn reduce the tax burden on taxpayers, projects that make our streets safer by slowing down cars and taking more of them off the road, projects that are environmentally intelligent by adding green space and active modes of transportation, and so much more. Do not use these funds to further entrench ourselves into debt and car-dependent suburban sprawl. Thank you very much.
Marco, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm just going to try to get my screen back. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate you being here and I appreciate a lot of what you had to say. So thank you so much. My question for you is, would you support higher property taxes to offset lower development charges? Is that what you're suggesting?
That is one way you could go about it. I understand the idea of trying to keep property taxes low. People are definitely struggling, and I understand that. But I mean, we have to be realistic with the way our city is currently functioning is not sustainable. We have deteriorating roads all throughout our city. I'm constantly dodging potholes when I'm driving, and so I mean, we have to realize like we have to pay for this stuff, and property taxes is one way of doing that. DCs are an option, and they're not necessarily bad. Like I'm not against the idea of charging DCs. It's just the problem is right now is like where we're using that. And so, yeah, property taxes increases could be one way of helping fix the mismanagement, I guess, of our funds right now.
Okay. Now you also, your contention is that raising development charges would slow housing growth?
Yeah, I mean, well, so if you make housing more expensive to build, obviously, I mean, well, I say obviously, I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
it might not be obvious, but I would make the contention that making housing more expensive will make it harder to build.
Okay, and I expect we'll hear that from other delegates today, but just so folks know, right now Ottawa is 44th in the province in terms of development charges. So our rates are really, really, really low. And I have yet to see any data that raising development charges significantly increases the cost of housing. In fact, development charges are significantly higher in the GTA and housing costs are significantly higher. So, I mean, I would love to see the data on that. As you might know, we have a massive infrastructure deficit right now. So the revenue has to come from somewhere. So I think finding the right balance between, whether that revenue for the city to run necessary services should come from developers exclusively, from taxpayers exclusively, or a combination of both. So anyway, I really do appreciate what you have to say.
For sure. Can I just respond to one thing that you had mentioned there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You had said that like Toronto, for instance, has high development charges, yet the housing is more expensive there. I don't think you can necessarily make the conclusion that that doesn't mean development charges will raise the cost of housing, because there are obviously a lot of other factors that go into why housing in Toronto is more expensive. For instance, it's a much more attractive city to a lot of people to move there. And so I don't think you can necessarily conclude that just because development charges are higher there, that it doesn't necessarily mean the housing is also more expensive.
For sure. I have also yet to see any proof that developers locally in Ottawa, if their DCs were lower, that they would lower the cost of the housing that they're providing. Like there have been examples when developers have come to me and asked for additional tax relief. And I said, okay, well, would that tax relief directly go into rent reductions for future tenants? And the answer was no. So, it's tricky because I think there's a lot of arguments being made, but there's not a lot of data necessarily to support it. No, but thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. And Marco, I just want to focus in on the presentation you made about roads and that one slide that you had up about the road building in Ottawa that's anticipated in the future. Is the contention that the way that DCs are currently collected right now, that there is I guess, a subsidy that would go to roads that are, I guess, aren't really benefiting people necessarily within the green belt? Or is the contention that the spending on these roads is inefficient? And therefore, why would we be spending money on expanding lanes when it doesn't work? It just creates more induced demand, and we should be spending those DCs in other categories that might benefit people more broadly across the city. I just want to hone in on the argument you're making specifically about the roads piece, because that was an interesting graph that you had put up there.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, to the first, both, obviously. I think the one part is that, yes, the money is being put into areas that the money is not being generated from. So as you said, the inner green belt is generating a large chunk of the DCs, and yet in the graph that, or in the map that I had, you can see all the projects are pretty much on the furthest suburbs of the city. So obviously not being spent in the areas that they're being generated. So that is a big problem. But then yes, to the second point is that like I also think the projects themselves are just not good uses of the city's money and could be used to use more efficient projects such as like BRT construction that would benefit a wider range of people and also push us towards the positives that the city has outlined in the master plan.
I appreciate your point. I every time I talk to the staff about, you know, where DCs can be spent, because they're collected for a certain purpose, that purpose then it needs to be spent on that chunk of money that's collected for that category. But doesn't necessarily mean that we want to see a bunch of these roads widened. It could be for improvements to it, adding other, you know, transit only lanes, those sorts of things. And sometimes they do go to those things. But I think the point you're making about how much we're spending on, you know, road widening, road expansions with the collection of these DCs, it seems inherently unfair that it's being siphoned off this way and we're widening all these roads without necessarily a huge benefit back to the city. And then it costs us in operations dollars. So I do appreciate that point that you were making about where these DCs are going. Thanks.
Thank you as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard. Mark, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to.
Have a good one.
We'll move on to Chris Milosik. Chris, I'm guessing you're online as well. There you are. Sir, we're in your hands. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to committee. We've lost him. He was shuffled out. They're shuffling him back in as we speak.
Morning.
Good morning, Chris. Well, we're in your hands for a 5-minute presentation when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning to the chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Chris Milosik of Primo Developments. We have operated Primo Storage on Moody Drive near Barrhaven since 1988. Our property is zoned RG and it's completely unserviced. We offer to the neighboring community, especially South Canada, Barrhaven, traditional indoor self-storage along with outdoor storage for RVs, trailers, boats, vehicles, commercial and agricultural equipment and material. Given the increase in values of vehicles and equipment, there exists increasing market demand for cost-effective indoor storage. The financial reality is that indoor storage of boats and RVs does not work inside a traditional pre-engineered building in Ottawa. The cost of construction and what can be garnered from the consumer in terms of storage rent is they just don't work. Let alone the property taxes. Pre-engineered fabric covered hoop storage domes are ideal as the cost is 1/10 that of a traditional pre-engineered building. The domes themselves can be moved relatively easily in a few days, dramatically reducing their environmental impact and landfill waste as compared to a traditional building. Farmers love them for storing equipment and hay under cover, and they are very popular in the rural areas. Storage domes are most often erected using a keyed concrete block base on grade. They're like Lego. There's no foundation is dug and into the ground. The structural steel hoops are then bolted to the concrete blocks. There is no floor. In our case, the gravel yard that has been gravel for decades would be used. We use the domes for seasonal storage only. Nobody works or lives in them, and they are inaccessible to the public. They are completely unserviced, no plumbing, electrical, or HVAC. We kind of liken them to a glorified tent. I am here this morning to request a small amendment to Section 7 of the Development Charge Bylaw, which identifies exemptions to resolve what I believe to be unanticipated negative consequences to commercial and industrial properties resulting from the existing DC bylaw. Section 7 of the Development Charges Bylaw lists exemptions from development charges. Notable exemptions include G, non-residential use buildings used for bona fide agricultural purposes, and J, unserviced storage structures with a dirt floor and being less than 2,400 square feet in area. A direct commercial competitor of ours is Toy Storage, is located 27 kilometers from our location in Ashton on Ashton Station Road in Beckwith Township. Directly across the street is Ottawa. Toy Storage has 13 domes erected. If we use a common size storage dome of 50 by 100, so 5,000 square feet, the Beckwith building permit and development charges total just over $3,000. Literally across the street in Ottawa, the building permit and development charges for the same 5,000 square foot dome total $80,000, more than the value of the dome itself. A plot plan or a sketch suffices in Beckwith. There is no insistence on a full site plan review, and so this in itself does not make much sense. I've looked into neighboring municipalities surrounding Ottawa, and they charge roughly $2,000 to $4,000 to erect the same 5,000 square foot dome, which Ottawa wants $80,000. Ottawa also insists on a full site plan review, which the others do not. Operationally, bigger is better in the sense that, like what our competitors use, under 2,400 square feet is not operationally efficient, as it adds unnecessary additional cost, twice as many ends of domes, twice as many doors, plus you just can't fit as much things in them. I have been told by a number of vendors that 50 by 100 is considered small. I also mentioned exemption 7G, which is the agricultural exemption. At least 4 of our direct competitors located in Ottawa, 8 to 18 kilometers from our location, operate commercial vehicle storage operations from AG and RU zoned properties. Most feature promotional websites. They have used the agricultural exemption to avoid undergoing the extremely costly site plan process, since a sketch is sufficient, and have avoided paying development charges for their domes. This
Chris, Chris, that's your time. The 5 minutes is over. I know Councillor Hill has some questions for you, though.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much for your delegation today, Chris. I appreciate you taking time to speak to this committee. I know my office has been engaged on this matter specifically for a number of months. And my latest understanding from staff is they're working on a technical solution here. I'm going to continue advocating on it. This does strike me as common sense in the numbers that you presented. Could you I guess my question to you, Chris, would be, could you just follow on with the kind of the concluding comments that you had with regard to the agricultural exemption? And then we'll see if that answers the totality of your delegation.
So I got about a minute left. So if we look at our property being zoned the way it is, we pay 9 times the property tax for the same assessed value as our AG zoned competitors, let alone the development charges and everything else that goes along with it. Essentially, what we're seeking is just a recognition that there are commercial applications for fabric-covered steel hoop storage buildings, especially in the rural areas of Ottawa, and to create a distinct fee category for commercial and industrial use, and apply fees or exemptions which are competitive with neighboring municipalities. And lastly, remove the arbitrary, which really nobody can tell us why there's a 2,400 square foot limit, the restriction of 2,400 square foot, and allow property size coverage limits and business operations to dictate operationally ideal size. Like, the difference for us is we're not Kent Street. Our site is 20 acres. So 2,400 square feet really is immaterial. Our snow plowing equipment alone takes up a bunch of that. That's it. I think it's just a technical oversight personally.
But thank you very much for this, Chris, and I'll definitely follow that up with staff after. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chris, for your delegation today. I just want to make sure I'm understanding 100% what you're looking for and what your issue is. So you had mentioned agricultural operations using an exemption to compete with you. Are you referring to the on-farm diversified use program? Okay. So I don't see that really as an exemption. I would think that there's also city staff involved in, or staff involved in determining whether or not that would be a use of the on-farm diversified use program. So just wanted to clarify that.
But they have used the agricultural exemption. So when they walk into the planning department and say, I want a building permit, the qualification is not being made that, oh, we can, you're doing a commercial use, you should pay this way. It's okay, I'll give you a building permit.
Well, that's the point of the on-farm diversified use program, is that farmers are allowed to use their agricultural property to diversify the use of their property and create an additional income stream for themselves. So I don't.
So basically what you're asking for is
I got another
undermining
question
the
for you, if
property
you don't
tax.
mind. I will
need to cut that off.
What sort of rate do you think would be fair? What do you had mentioned other
Neighboring
municipalities?
municipalities are $2,000 to $4,000. The dome itself is worth about 80 grand, and the fees proposed are over 80,000. So it really doesn't make much sense. If I'm doing a multiple storage setup, it's not going to be in Ottawa if it's $80,000 per. I can go to Kempville, can pay a fraction of that, or Beckwith, or anywhere outside the city.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense.
You're not suggesting any changes to the on-farm diversified use program?
No, leave those guys alone.
Sorry, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to cut this discussion off. We have a fairly high-level DC bylaw to pass today, and our committee is not intended to debate issues back and forth. Councillor Kelly, did you have any further questions for this delegate?
No, that'll be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Chris, thank you very much. I know you've been in touch with multiple councillors and staff, and we'll see how that proceeds over the next little while. Thank you for your presentation today, and we'll move on to the next presenter, who is Brandon Bay with Make Housing Affordable.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to use my time today to recommend that you reject the report and the accompanying development charge increase. Last March, this committee and council after that pledged to build 151,000 homes by 2031. The province has a dashboard online that generously over-reports by including long-term care beds and counting housing starts rather than completions. And they've got us at a little over 21,000 homes so far, which is 14% of our target after 25% of the time. And just less than 700 of those have come this year. The background report for the document submitted today for the housing pledge the background report for the housing pledge mentioned that there were already enough housing units approved and active applications to build the commitment we've made for the decade, assuming other housing stakeholders and factors could sustain the increased absorption. Quote, I want to acknowledge that the slow growth this year isn't committee's fault. The applications coming through have been predominantly approved, and we do have a lot of approvals in the pipeline. Instead, it's the economic situation we're in. Developers are waiting for interest rates to drop to start their projects and for debt to be more affordable. But despite all of that, the document before you proposes to make the economic situation worse, first for developers who have to pay the charges, and then for Ottawa residents who will in turn face a higher rent or purchase price. The report also admits that it's relying on 10-year-old data to complete the calculations, and I know it's been amended, but whether the population growth target aligns with the extra homes that we've pledged to build, I'm not sure. It's a question I urge you to ask, because the report, as it was written originally, anticipates 82,000 homes between now and 2033, which is longer than the period that we've committed to build 151,000. So we're short at least 50,000 units. And spread across that many, surely the city could fund the projects in the pipeline without such a large increase in development charges. I've heard arguments that the third-party report by Hemson is not political. It's an engineer-developed report based on data. It's not a political decision to increase. It's just something we have to do. It's normal, routine business. And I agree that the report is certainly not political, but it's also immediately out of date. And as elected officials, your decision today is where the politics must come into play. Earlier delegations spoke towards some of the unfairness and the fundamental flaws in development charges as policy, as a tool, but the province has provided the city with limited options. Under normal circumstances, it's increased development charges, increased property taxes, or abandoned projects. And that's, it's a tough situation, and DCs do make sense in that. But today, in this political landscape, there's other funding available. And there's a big appetite to spend our way out of the housing crisis at other levels of government right now. The federal government just last month announced a $6 billion fund, the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. Accessing that requires that large municipalities like ours freeze development charges at April 2nd, 2024 levels. So increasing the development charges today disqualifies us from that fund. In our Housing Accelerator Fund application last year, we earned 176 million from that program. Ottawa bragged about having some of the lowest development charges in the province, still true, and spoke to the large decrease that Bill 108 had on them since 2019. And while those weren't a requirement for the Housing Accelerator Fund, I do think the decision to then vastly increase development charges does violate its spirit to some degree. And I'd caution care about, in the requirements for the new fund and in the spirit of the old fund, making decisions like this that might eliminate a large amount of funding available to the city that we don't have to pull from our local tax base. The development charges landscape with the province has also been very unclear. They had the phased-in limit on the amount of increase, and then they removed it again, and it's unclear whether approving this today is even going to be allowed for very long. And so it really is something I think we should just hold off until we've finished our comprehensive review, until we've figured out what the landscape looks like, until we know how much money we're getting from the other levels of government, freeze at 2019 index levels, and take the housing crisis seriously. We can't be using old, obsolete data based on plans that are themselves obsolete already or will be soon to drive planning decisions during a housing crisis. It's irresponsible to hike housing taxes, and it leaves an awful lot of money on the table if we do it now. One other thing I wanted to note, there was a report commissioned by the city in 2021 that indicated that increasing development charges correlates with decreasing residual land values. They didn't comment on how it affected housing prices themselves, but it does drive the cost of land down. And as all levels of government are looking to dispose excess land to get housing built and use some of that sale money to generate money for affordable housing projects, it's worth considering the impact that DCs are going to have on those other projects and whether we're going to lose money by raising development charges. Thank you.
Brandon, thank you very much. I see a question for you from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Brandon. Nice to see you again.
You too.
Are you aware of the fact that the city has a $3 billion deficit to maintain our existing assets?
Yes.
So how do you suggest we fill that if we don't raise development charges?
I think there's a lot of pressure that needs to be put on the province to give the city more options, but in the current landscape, I personally would prefer to see my property taxes go up than further tax new residents.
Great. Would you be willing to come to committee for budget 2025 to say that you want to see property taxes go up?
I would.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just you had made a comment about the timeline and my understanding is that, and you may have the same understanding, but I believe by May 22nd, we have to have updated the DCs by provincial legislation. Is that your understanding too, or?
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that the numbers have to change, but we do have to do something to the bylaw.
Okay. And I guess in the interim, you've seen the change that was tabled today compared to what was released a month and a half ago. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that. And obviously there's more to come with the TMP update and the infrastructure master plan update. But I wonder what your thoughts were, what was tabled today.
I'm pleased to see that the motion amended the numbers down, that it's only going to be an 11% increase if approved as is. But I do think that, I don't know what the changes were that we used to calculate those numbers. I'm not sure if we've now used the housing target that we've set or if we're still anticipating that we're not going to meet it. And I think those are questions worth asking and making sure that we're using the projections of the new official plan and of the commitments we've made to the province and the federal government with the Housing Accelerator Fund as well as the provincial housing target to make sure that we're, using current numbers instead of 2013 numbers to determine how much to raise these fees.
Okay, thank you for that. And just my last question is around the assertion that lowering development charges will have a big effect on lowering house prices. I'm wondering, where that information comes from. It's certainly from what I've seen, the examples, even in Ottawa, where that was tried, that hasn't been the case. So do you have evidence to back up the assertion that if we just say eliminated DCs, which a lot of services would go unheeded in that way, or there'd be very large property tax increases and concerns about, I guess, a check and balance on sprawl and other, I guess, less desirable development comparatively to apartments. Is there some evidence that you've got to back up the assertion that we would see those costs passed along in lower housing prices?
I don't have any science behind it. No, I haven't seen any thorough studies of that. I would love to see one if the city is able to commission one. Obviously, as a volunteer advocacy organization, it's not within our funding to do such a thing ourselves. But I do think you will typically see the larger developers, the main players in our community, the Mintos and the Claridges, just continue to take, the supply and demand approach, the maximum they can out of the market at any moment, and this would increase their profit margins. But it does remove barriers for, would-be smaller upstart developers that don't have the massive capital behind them that the big developers do to start projects themselves. And those are the projects that we might see more affordable and with other tools as well in the process that to remove some of the red tape and offer funding for more affordable projects. Through that, we should hopefully build a more diverse, more healthy competition industry within the development in Ottawa.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brandon. Thank you very much for your presentation today. We'll move on to the next delegate, who is Dean Tester. Dean, I'm guessing you're online. There you are.
There we go.
5 minutes whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you very much. Thanks, folks. My number one concern with this proposed development charge hike is quite frankly, I think the same as the people who are saying, we need to raise this money. It's because there's a hole to fill in our budget. I actually think this hike is going to have the opposite of the intended effect. It's going to blow a bigger hole in the city budget. And let me tell you a little bit about why that is. Number one, the people who don't pay any development charges or property taxes are the people who are leaving our city because it costs too much to live here. So people moving to Gatineau, Carleton Place, Empire, Kemptville, further and further away, we're driving urban sprawl. We're driving people out of the city with the high cost of housing in Ottawa, especially young families. It's really crushing our economy, our productivity, and our city budget. And I suspect, again, I haven't done the math here, but the impact of losing tens of thousands of property taxpayers to outlying cities will be far more devastating than putting a pause on development charges to figure out what the right direction is here. Number two, we risk losing our half funding. Two cities in BC raised development charges after they signed an agreement on half, and they both had their funding postponed. That's nearly $200 million we're putting at risk. I think we've already seen the federal opposition comment on this. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sean Fraser comment on this, the Minister of Housing. We told the federal government we were serious about making housing more affordable, and this change could undo everything we've done to try and accomplish that in the city. We're adding thousands of dollars to the cost of every new home. Number three, I think this risks us missing our housing targets, which means we could lose the Building Faster Fund money as well. So that's another $100 million or so that is at risk if we do not hit our housing targets. Number four, as Brendan pointed out, the new federal programs, there's another new $5 billion program, and it's specifically targeted for cities that freeze development fees. I saw one councillor musing in the press that they wanted to raise taxes quickly so that they could freeze taxes. But it just screams to me that no one has done their due diligence, because the program is set to April 2nd development charge fees. So we're immediately disqualifying ourselves from a $5 billion program that very similar to the Housing Accelerator Fund is probably worth $200 million to the city. So that's more money that we could potentially be losing. Number five, we're sending a message to young people, to renters, to first-time home buyers, to people who want to move to Ottawa for the first time. You're saying they are worth less to the city than existing homeowners. You're telling them they are unwelcome in existing neighborhoods. You're telling them that unless they come from wealth, this city is not a place for them. And that's a devastating message. You know, if we're raising property taxes 2%, 3% every year, but we want to raise, you know, I recognize that it's been changed to, I believe, 11%, but it was set at 28%. And it wasn't until red flags came up this week that we had a discussion about this. I mean, that came out of nowhere. You cannot get a duplex passed in this city with a year's notice, and we wanted to do this in a week. So you know, this is incredibly frustrating. I mean, again, if you had a proposal to raise property taxes by 11%, you'd have people rioting at City Hall, and meanwhile we have an 11% DC hike. And we're being told that that's not that bad. So that's, you know, I think we continue to be a little bit out of touch with the reality of what people are facing with housing costs and the challenges that young people especially are facing in our city. And the final thing I want to say is that how do we pay for this? How do we make up the housing deficit? The number one way we do that is to build more homes. Every infill housing unit contributes positively to our property tax roll. It creates more money for the city. There's a reason why the city of Toronto and other big cities have lower property taxes than Ottawa. It's because they have more people sharing the burden.
Dean,
Thank you
that's
very
your
much.
time. I think you're almost done or are done.
We're
You
good.
may have some questions. Any questions from committee members? Councillor Menard?
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I wasn't going to ask questions, but I will. Dean, thanks for being here, and good to see you. I do want to just, I guess, challenge the assertion a little bit, or just question you a little bit around where the evidence comes from that these savings will be passed along from developers to directly to home buyers, and it's obviously new housing that's being created, not existing stock. So just in terms of the evidence of where that comes from, where have you seen in other jurisdictions where that has been passed along?
Mm-hmm. Well, so one, I find a lot of trouble with the assertion that the input costs may not matter to the cost of a house. I mean, if the price of lumber doubled overnight, that would affect the cost of a house. If the price of labor doubled, it would affect the cost of a house. So if the cost of taxes increases, of course, it's going to affect the cost of a house. And so what it does is, you know, in addition to driving things up, there is a limit to what the market can bear, right? And I think your argument is that developers are always going to charge what they think the market can bear. And that's a fair point. Like, they're for-profit companies. That's their purpose. What we're seeing now is, you know, starter homes are going for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. If people can't afford to buy them, then builders aren't going to build them, right? So that's why we have nothing getting built, right? If builders could build homes cheaper, they would be doing it, right? And so they are not building as many homes because the market is not there of people who can afford to pay for those homes. So we should be doing everything we can to ease the burden for them, to lower those costs, to make it easier to build. And then we will start to see more homes get built. And then we will start to see our supply issue resolve. And it goes down the chain, right? It's, you know, development charges just don't just affect, you know, people buying an $800,000 brand new home from Minto. It affects every rental property in the city, right? And if you're putting up a rental with 400 people, for example, 400 units, and you're charging, you know, $20,000-ish, $30,000 in development charge, and you're talking tens of millions of dollars coming out of the pockets of the residents who live in that rental, and that has a dramatic effect on what rents are set at.
I guess just in that, like, on that example, I'm just skeptical of the argument of raising taxes across the city to replace the services that DCs go to without any sort of provincial program to do so. And we've got, you know, we've got the deadlines and prescribed formulas we have to use for these at this time. The argument of sort of eliminating.
Councillor, sorry, do you have a question?
You got other questions?
Do you have? a
Yeah, I
question?
do. I guess the argument of eliminating DCs to replace with taxes, is that essentially what the argument is to replace those services that would be provided by DCs with taxing increases? Is that the position?
That's a great question. So I think that's one way to do it. I think my preferred way is to simply build more homes, because every home you build that is infill, there is a difference between infill and sprawl. We know sprawl costs the city money, infill makes the city money, right? So if we can intensify existing neighborhoods and build where people want to live, those projects all generate a tremendous amount of money and property taxes and development charges and community benefits for those communities. I mean, the best way to keep property taxes low is to build more housing.
Okay, no, I appreciate the answer. And then just last question, Chair, are you aware of where we are on, you mentioned sprawl, and I agree on the sprawl piece. Are you aware where we are on the list for single unit home construction in Ontario? Compared to other
Are you talking about like our ranking of like a percentage of?
Like just our ranking in Ontario?
Yeah, no, I don't have a figure for you, but
I'll tell you, we're 50th on the list on single unit homes as it stands. So we're actually a very low tax jurisdiction on the DC side for single unit.
I see what you're asking.
And yes. I know you disagree with that piece, at least, just because that's a lot of what contributes to sprawl is those single unit homes on the periphery. So yeah, we're really low down the list on the compared to other municipalities. You know, Chair, I'll leave it there. I know others have questions for you, Dean. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Dean, for coming out today. We don't always agree, but I do note many of the things that I am concerned about. I even think when we heard Sean Fraser, I was there for that messaging. There was a lot of us shaking our heads saying, wait a minute, you want to give us money, but you're going to have to waive all the DC charges. So it's kind of a rob Peter to pay Paul situation. So we have these pressures we're digesting at this point. The thought of home ownership is quickly becoming a dream for anybody, especially when it comes to the middle class. I even look at around our council table today. If any of us tried to purchase a home, I think we'd have a great challenge hitting the qualification bar, and throwing more money onto things only makes it that much more worse for people. So I did want to just thank you for coming out today, Dean, and expressing your points of view. I look forward to the rest of the debate today, but what you've said today doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Hi, Dean. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
So your assertion is you think that building more infill housing will entirely cover the $3 billion infrastructure deficit that we have right now?
I think that is the best way to start making up the budget shortfall. Obviously, it's not an immediate solution. I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers in terms of the City of Ottawa budget. I think, if anyone was designing this system from scratch, I don't think there's any chance someone would come up with this on purpose, the way we do things right now. And I also recognize we're constrained because development charges and property taxes are the levers we have. The challenge I have is that we have kept property taxes very low at 3% or lower for many years, and that's benefited a lot of homeowners, and that's wonderful. But we've raised DCs much faster, much more aggressively, and we're mostly raising DCs because inflation has outpaced our property tax spending or property tax revenue. And we're looking for someone to pass the buck to. And it's very easy to point the finger and say, hey, developers can pay this. And what happens is a disproportionate amount of these taxes are now going to renters and young families and first-time home buyers, as opposed to being shared equally across the city. And I don't think that's a very fair and equitable system.
So you believe it would be more equitable to raise property taxes to cover the infrastructure deficit that we have right now?
It's absolutely the more equitable way to do it. But again, I do think a significant portion of this gap can be filled both by building more infill and by saying yes to the money that other levels of government want to give us. And just for some context on that $3 billion number, that's not $3 billion next year. That's over a period of time, right?
Yeah, it's coming up soon though. We have a lot of core infrastructure where we have a significant funding gap. Anyway, I appreciate your assertions. Look, I tend to agree that taxes are redistributive in a way that development charges may not be. This is the core question we're going to have to deal with, but we also have a bylaw that's expiring on May 22nd. and some pretty harsh realities we're dealing with financially. So anyway, I appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, Dean, obviously there's a laundry list of items in there. Nobody wants to see taxes go up, but there is other alternatives. We see things like pools and different things. What's your thoughts on what DCs are paying for now? Could some of that be stripped? I mean, we are in a housing crisis, and if we have the opportunity to reprioritize and reassess in 5-6 years, what is truly important, while also making sure people get into homes and get home ownership, or things don't see rents go increasingly higher because they have to tack on more money onto their renters of future new builds, which will happen, by the way. What's your thoughts about let's strip it down. Let's get to the basics of what DCs should be used for during a housing crisis. I just want to hear your thoughts briefly, just real brief.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. That's a great question, and I do have quite a few thoughts on this. I struggle with the amount of capital spending we are doing when we're missing the mark on some of the basics. So, to me, I would rather see city programming be successful at what it does before we start aggressively expanding. And the other piece is we have to think about what DCs actually fund, right? So the idea behind development charges is that growth will pay for growth. I don't necessarily agree that that's a good way to do it, but that's always been the mantra. That's been the way that the programming is designed. So, when I think of growth paying for growth, I think of making sure the roads are in place, that people can get to where they're going, making sure the sewers are working. I'm thinking about, if we're adding a bedroom community of 10,000 new people, for example, well, you might want to add some more first responders. You might want to have access for fire and police and ambulatory, and so those are necessary costs, right? Things like a $60 million new aquatic or recreation center in Riverside South being funded almost entirely by development charges. Things like a new aquatic center downtown that's supposed to be a tourist destination. Why are these things being paid for by development charges? We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in the capital budget that will be funded primarily by development charges for things that are really nice to have. They're great projects, but they don't uniquely benefit the new people in the community. They are not required for that growth. They do not make sense in the context of growth pays for growth at all. We are really asking development charges to cover a lot more than the so-called growth required in city services that is required for the new housing. So this is what I mean when we're asking people to pay a much greater share than what is actually required for growth. A lot of that tax burden is getting pushed onto renters and first-time home buyers and the housing industry. And that's not the way we should be running our city if we want to get more homes built and we want to make housing more affordable. And again, there's so many run-on effects from this It's the cost of housing driving people out of the city. We're losing productivity. We're losing economic benefit. I always think of in Carlton Place right now. They're opening a new restaurant every week. Trendy new places. There's so much
Sorry, Dean,
happening
I'm
there.
just going to suggest
Yeah.
Councillor Tierney,
Yeah, I'll wrap it up.
you've satisfactorily answered his question.
Yeah,
So
thank you. Very,
Okay,
Dean,
I
I truly
understand.
appreciate it, but my definition of brief and yours may be a little bit different, but I do
Okay.
appreciate what you bring to the table today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dean, I just have my own question. Same as I asked the gentleman from Melville Acres, and I don't mean for this question to be accusing, but when we pass master plans, we are previewing in a very strong way the projects that are going to be funded out of those DCs. I can ask Dan a little bit later about the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and the aquatics facility, but my recollection of the master plan is that a 50-meter pool was part of the project list. So it shouldn't be a surprise to see that it's being funded by the DCs. Is your group involved at all with the development of those master plans? And I think I know the answer. And again, I don't mean for it to be accusing because you are volunteers.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify. I am no longer representing Make Housing Affordable. I've passed on that to Brandon as the new chair, and they've got a great organization there. And I'm trying to spend a little less time doing this and more time doing my day job this year, because I know a lot of you have heard a lot from me over the past year. So I'm really thankful to have some great volunteers stepping up there. So I'm just here representing myself today. No, I have not been involved in that process. But you know, as I've stated, I do have some thoughts on it. It is quite hard and daunting for an ordinary citizen to be involved in every piece of this.
Absolutely. And that's the answer that I was anticipating. And I don't mean to imply wrongdoing on anyone's part who doesn't participate in some of those processes. They are unwieldy. It can be difficult to match the outcome of those processes to things like development charges that are going to get charged per door on a single family home outside the Greenbelt. But my message again is going to be to folks that, you know, we're going to do the transportation master plan and we're going to do the infrastructure master plan, and the list of projects that come out of those are going to be your guide to what the next set of development charges are going to be. So I encourage people to participate in those. Dean, thank you very much for your presentation today. And we're going to move on to Jason Burgraff with Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much. Wanted to touch a little bit on what we had in our written submission. Obviously, things have changed a bit since the amended revised rates and an introductory of transition period. But the fundamentals concerns that we outlined in our written submission, I think, are still very relevant and do need to be considered as we move forward. As we sort of highlighted, you know, the bylaw that's built right now is not on a solid foundation of data. As has already been said, you've got an IMP and TMP, which aren't done, which was originally why the city asked for an extension of its current bylaw to begin with. You're using older census data than you could be. You're not using updated municipal pledge and housing targets as well. So there's a lot of fundamental issues with the bylaw as the background study as it's constructed currently. As many of others have pointed out, and I'm happy to do so as well, there are many projects in here in the background study that arguably don't belong in the background study. And even if legally they're allowed to be there, they also disproportionately are costing to future home buyers as opposed to the general population overall. We also expressed our concern about the transition clause that would have led to thousands of dollars of increases for a number of homeowners virtually overnight. We're very glad to see that being addressed in the amendment. I'll say a little bit more about that later, but it's the transition is not the same sort of transition we have seen in the past two DC bylaws, which is questioning. They really do need to be longer than the 90 days that's being proposed now, but nonetheless, that's kind of where we are. I do touch on, and I'm happy to elaborate later on about considerations about this federal budget and the housing plan and the idea that the feds are going to come down and freeze Ottawa's DC rates. I elaborate on that in the written presentation. Happy to speak to that more. We also talk about our consultations with city staff, working on them with the past nearly 2 years on this, and to see kind of the scramble that we've had over the past few days is concerning as well. I do want to speak to what's in front of us right now in terms of the changes. And obviously, we welcome a change in the proposed rates. We question why that reduction has to happen at the last minute. What are the details that have to be that has been changed? When can we see a revised background study to support these numbers? It was referenced earlier of, changing more accurate analysis of growth projections and using different household numbers and different people per unit. All those numbers were available when the original background study came out in March. Like no new data has come out in between these past 2 months that would have justified this. These numbers could have been part of it right from the very beginning. So, there's a real kind of question there as to why we're doing it at this late date. The other big thing, obviously, is transition clause. I mentioned it. Again, I think at this point we're accepting of the transition clause that's being proposed in front of us. Again, it is, though, too short. I would still point out timeframes were longer in 2014 and 2019 when there was a DC bylaw as well. Timelines for inflation of DCs year over year have had longer lead-in times for industry than what's being offered right now. We're also very concerned about indexing the inflationary increases that we've typically seen year over year. We don't have an idea of whether that's going to continue this year. Again, typically that's not been the case in a new DC bylaw year. We've had the increase in the rates, and then inflation comes in the following calendar year. So there's still a big question on that. And there's also our acceptance is, I think, really predicated on I think what's there right now is, having a new full DC background study, having the master plans in place, and all that done prior to a 2025 DC bylaw being released, is the bare minimum for kind of what we want to speak to. I'm kind of almost at my time, so I'll leave it right there for now. I'm happy to answer questions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. I anticipate that some of those questions will be asked by councillors to staff when we have them back in front of us. First question for you is coming from Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks. Morning, Jason. You're not the first delegation to raise today or through correspondence the issue about population and census data. And you mentioned in your comments that we're using older census data than we could be. I thought that we had to use numbers that are in our official plan, that we can't plug in arbitrary numbers. Are you aware of a different way that we can calculate population and expected growth?
So as is my understanding right now, in fact, yes, you're correct there. The OP is built on 400,000 people over the next 25 years, but my understanding of the background study is it's built on 2021 census data. So it's not even the census data and the population projections that are part of the OP. I would also, as I mentioned about zoning, whenever that was a week ago, 2 weeks ago now, we're looking at population projections of nearly 600,000 over the next 25 years. So there's a real range of data that's being used inconsistently at the moment. Again, recognizing that this is an interim bylaw that really kind of maybe needs to squeak us through the next 18 months or so. But it's the data that we're using right now certainly is not up to date.
Okay, well, I think we'll certainly look to staff for some clarification on that point. The other one I wanted to ask is, I think you're looking for a freeze, keep the rates where they currently are. We're almost certainly needing more money for once we have an updated TMP and IMP. We don't know what those numbers are yet, so we can't plug them into the DC, but we're probably, with almost certainty, we're probably not collecting enough right now based on our new TMP and IMP requirements being driven from the official plan. And you mentioned the federal provincial possibility of freezing rates at April levels, which has a lot of uncertainty because we don't know what the terms of that are. We don't know what money might be flowing through to municipalities. Should we be taking that big of a risk? We could be freezing our rates, not collecting any more than we are now, underfunding our true infrastructure needs in the future, and taking a risk that we might get a little bit more money from the province or feds. Like, how do you balance that risk there?
Sure. So, I mean, essentially, the feds and the province are coming in with these new DC infrastructure funds, very specifically to replace the impact of DCs on housing costs, while at the same time, providing the monies that municipalities need to spend on infrastructure, which is the whole point of collecting the DCs in the first place, right? For this growth. Like, they are offering essentially to provide the revenue stream that replaces what the DCs would provide. I think it's clear that the other levels of government at this point recognize that it's not a system that's working in terms of housing affordability and housing supply. So they're offering to kind of change up how that would work for municipalities. So, when you consider it that way, I see it quite much as a wash. And if not, if in fact, might actually be able to get a little more money out of it as we see the costs of housing increasing and therefore cutting out the number of people who are able to purchase a home in Ottawa.
Yeah, it's that unknown though. I mean, we don't.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I didn't speak to the timing thing. I mean, right now we're talking about a theoretical agreement between the feds and the province, and then a theoretical provision in that about freezing DCs, because the feds can't come in and freeze DCs as I outlined in our submission. That has to be the province who could conceivably do that. And again, we're talking about months of negotiations conceivably with governments that are not all that friendly to each other, and then maybe have this as a provision moving forward. And again, I expect the previous government, or both the federal and the provincial government, have talked about addressing the municipals' infrastructure deficits related to growth, and that's part of how we do this is let's not put the burden on these new home buyers, instead provide it through these other avenues.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'd prefer the certainty of DCs that we can control rather than hoping we get something that matches from the province. And I'll have to say the track record of the federal government and the province in terms of delivering the investments we need, look at things like public health, for example, has not been particularly strong recently. So anyways, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hill has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the delegation, Jason. You spoke to the 3-month transitionary period, which I know was of concern over the last month or so as we were working up to this, and obviously that's now in place. You've identified that that's a net positive, but with some concern in comparison to perhaps previous iterations of transitionary periods. Can you speak a little bit more to that, or maybe give some examples and context to that, please?
Sure. So in the 2014 and the 2019 DC bylaws, there was a transition period set up. The 2014 was like 120 days. 2019 was about 110 days, if I have my calculations correct. So there is a longer period of time than what's being proposed right now. The other really big thing, and I briefly mentioned it, and I'll kind of detail it a bit more, is every year the DCs get indexed by the rate of inflation. What that typically works in Ottawa, and it has worked for the past number of years, is that percentage rate gets announced in April, May-ish of the year to come into effect October 1st. So, there's a good 5, almost 6-month lead time for that rate increase, so that home builders can price in that new DC cost into what they're going to be building after, such a date. That's the way, things have progressed over the past number of years, that nice steady timeline. What certainly was proposed before this amendment came in or was put on the table this morning, and still not completely aligned with, this year is the deviation from the norm of how we've normally proceeded and the timelines that we have used year over year to regulate what the DC rate increase has been.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. Jason, on November 5th, 2022, the minister approved the official plan. I believe by that point, the new 2021 census numbers for population had been released. Was there any effort made, understanding the implications of a higher census projection or a higher population than forecast, and what that would do to the numbers in the background study and our DCs? Was there any effort to try to convince the minister to change the OP growth forecast?
Yeah, you could. I mean, it's clear in public documents in our submission to the ERO that was part of Ottawa's OP that we didn't agree with the city as to what those projections were. And we did put forth that it should be the higher number. As you'll likely recall, when we, back in the growth projections, they did like low, middle, high. The high number more or less matched what the growth projections are right now that we're looking at moving forward. So if we had gone with the high projection and not the middle projection of the 400,000, we would be talking about, a different matrix today.
Okay. But did the minister sign off on the official plan growth projections as submitted?
Yes, he did.
Yep. So that option was there. Okay. Jason, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hirsch, Sam Hirsch is our next delegate.
Hi, Chair. Can I start? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm sorry, Sam. Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry. I was yelling hello so many times. Anyways, thanks for having me today. My name is Sam. Obviously, I'm no stranger to these committees, but I first want to start with talking about the argument I've heard from from for-profit industry here, and also several delegates before me, that the cost of development charges, if they're raised, will be passed on to the consumer. And I just want to give a couple of examples of how this isn't the case. I mean, one example is a program in Vancouver, in 2017, so about almost 8 years ago now. The city of Vancouver created its moderate income rental housing program. And the program was an incentive for developers to build more affordable rental housing. In exchange for setting 20% of the units at below market rents, the city granted them more density or waived development fees. 7 years in 2023, 7 years later after the project began, not a single build had been completed. Similarly in Montreal, not necessarily have to do with development charges or development fees, but there was a bylaw passed to force developers to build more affordable housing, or they would pay a fee. Years later, when that was passed, no affordable housing was built, and developers opted to pay the fee instead. And if we look at Toronto, for example, in 2022, and I think some councils had already mentioned this, they raised their development charges by nearly 50%. And in 2023, the city of Toronto exceeded their housing target set by the government of Ontario by 51%, with a total of 31,656 housing units. And by comparison, Ottawa's 50th in development charges, and yet has yet to reach its housing target, as I understand it. So, I think we've heard a lot from people about this trickle down economics argument, that the cost will trickle down to the consumer. But I think that this is often the case, but what I think is not often always not the case is that the savings often never trickle down to the consumer. It's the same thing as saying lowering corporate taxes on Bella Rogers will make your phone bill go down. It just doesn't happen. In reality, and I think real things that we need are things like real rent control, which I know is a provincial jurisdiction, or things like stopping rent evictions, which I think I was very happy to see the city pass a bylaw looking into that. Those are really things that make the price of rent go down. Incentivizing for-profit developers to build often never, or often in many cases doesn't actually lead to more affordable housing. The issue around DCs, I think, and many people have made the argument to reform development charges. I think that's true. I think, we shouldn't, the charges paid on an infill development downtown shouldn't go to pay a road out in suburban Ottawa. I agree with that. So if we're talking about that, let's make the argument to reform this process as opposed to getting rid of it entirely, because I think it's true that there's a deficit and there has to be someone to pay for it. And I'm not saying I actually support raising property taxes as well. I think there's a lot of things the city could and should advocate for that it hasn't, to have more revenue raising tools like around income taxes or a land transfer tax or in some cases raising property taxes, etc. I think it's a lot. The issue is a lot more complicated than some claim. And historically, giving private landowners and developers as much freedom as they desire only results in increasing their profits and doesn't necessarily lead to the kind of deeply affordable housing that we urgently need in our city. So, I would urge councillors, we need to relook at the development charges process so that funds are more equally, dispersed throughout the city, and actually put forward more revenue raising tools and put forward tools like the rent eviction bylaw that we're looking into that will actually lower the price of rent and the price of housing, rather than continuously putting forward policies to incentivize for-profit developers to build, because we know that often doesn't work. Thank you.
Sam, thank you very much. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Sam. Nice to see you. I just wanted to ask if you knew the fact that in Ottawa, we actually exempt nonprofit developers from development charges. Were you aware of that? Okay. I just wanted to point that out. So we do have a very deep discount, like a complete elimination of development fees for nonprofit developers. And I'll also say that when we debated and eventually passed the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, which is intended to be a incentive for private developers, it was my office that put forward, and we were also successful in insisting that anyone who applies to that program has to follow provincial rent control guidelines, because as you know, there's no provincial rent control for anything built after 2018. So I just want to thank you for raising that. I very often as a municipality, I find that we're filling the policy gaps created by their levels of government. So it's a tough one. It puts us in a tough position. Anyway, thank you for coming here today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Sam, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your delegation today.
Thanks, Councillor.
We'll move on to our last two delegations, Dan Carpenter, who will be followed by Michael Bishop. Dan, again, I guess you're online. I see you. We can probably hear you. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
All right, good morning, committee and respected members of the council. I want to thank you for letting me speak here today. And like many before me on this call, I'm also going to be recommending against the proposal to increase development charges, especially amidst our declared housing emergency. I will start off by appreciating and acknowledging the decision to reduce those increases from 28% to 11%. That is welcome. But given the scale of the housing emergency and housing prices, I don't think it actually alleviates the underlying issues and the exacerbation of issues that these increases could cause. So I'll also say that I am a member of Make Housing Affordable, chaired by Brandon Bay, who spoke earlier, but I more so want to speak today based on my role as a researcher on the innovation economy. I research and write a lot about how small changes have a very large effect on the overall economy. And so I want to speak to that side of the equation today and sort of connect the dots from the micro to the macro, because I think that often gets overlooked when discussing things at the community or municipal level. So I'll start off by, I think we can agree that taxes act as incentives or disincentives. If you believe that pricing carbon reduces the amount of carbon that is emitted, or if putting taxes on cigarettes or alcohol reduces the consumption of those goods, I think it follows from that increasing taxes on building new homes will therefore reduce the building of new homes. It's a disincentive towards doing that, just as putting a price on carbon reduces carbon emissions. So based on that, and given the scale of our housing crisis, I think our goal should really be to reduce as many barriers as possible to developing new housing and increasing the supply. So based on that incentive disincentive argument, I also want to I'll start off by saying that I recently co-authored the 2024 Innovation Report Card, which is a national benchmark where we compare Canada to many other nations in the world, about 20 peer nations. And we found that Canada actually has the second highest fear of failure amongst all other countries, 20 other countries in starting a new business. And so we found too that this isn't because of we're second to China. We found that this isn't because of a necessarily innate fear that Canadians have. It's because the costs associated with taking risks in this country are so high, with housing being the number one cost that people have, that people are afraid to take risks. Increasing the amount of the cost of housing will have an effect on entrepreneurship and the ability for people to start new businesses in this community and in Ottawa. And I think that we don't appreciate those downstream effects as much when increasing the cost of housing. There has also been a productivity crisis. I mean, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada recently announced that. And this productivity crisis is not new. It's a death by 1,000 cuts over the last 20 years. And it's little decisions like this that have happened at cities all across Canada that have an effect on productivity because people have to basically work to pay for their homes and nothing else. And so we're seeing an effect on productivity caused by how much things cost in this country that I think we need to also focus on. I also want to point us towards the Shea and Moretti thesis, which found that restricting building to new housing in major US cities reduced US growth by 36% between 1964 and 2009. That exact number is debatable, but clearly reducing supply has a negative effect on the overall economy across the country, even in a city. And Ottawa is a productive city. People want to move here. People want to live here. And increasing the cost of housing or reducing the supply is going to prevent that. And I think we all want vibrant cities. And so just to preempt a couple questions that might come up, there are many, I know there's been questions about studies around development charges. There have been many studies on this. I mean, Yinger et al., these are all peer-reviewed, found that development fees shift the burden onto new residents. Ehlenfeld et al. Found that for every dollar increase in development fees, the price of housing is increased by $1.60. Bryan et al. Found that significant increases in prices from infrastructure charges in Australia. This does happen. I will also point out, to preempt these questions, I don't automatically think DC development charges are bad. I think they are incentives. If we wanted, personally, I'm against sprawl. So if we wanted to increase development charges on sprawl and reduce in infill, I'd be open to that. And it looks like my time is up. So I'm just saying, given the scale of the housing crisis, I urge the council to reconsider this and have the focus on housing as the true crisis is and increasing the productivity of the city.
Dan, thank you very much. Councilor Menard has a question for you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Dan, for being here. I did want to just ask on that relative DC scale to other cities, where you think Ottawa is, like on a ranking for larger cities in Ontario. Do you think we're higher on DCs or lower on DCs? Have you looked into those figures?
I mean, I think it was mentioned earlier that we're 50th, but I think, and if that's true, I mean, yes, we are low, but I don't think that necessarily means that we should increase development charges just because we are very low compared to other cities. I think we should be focused on making housing abundance as easy as possible. I've been personally very affected by the arguments made by Matthew Desmond. I'm not sure if you're aware of him. He wrote Evicted and Poverty by America. And a lot of his thesis is around the effects of poverty and just the struggle to get ahead being due to Middle-class welfare capture. And I think increasing the costs for new buyers, new residents, and people trying to make a go at it, while not increasing costs for largely homeowners are middle class and upper middle class, I do think there is that is a more equitable solution rather than consistently increasing charges for people trying to get started in life.
Yeah, just on the numbers, we're 50th in the province when it comes to the single unit detached home. So a lot of small towns are much higher than us. The city, are you aware of the city not charging for certain services on DCs? Like, do you know which categories we do not charge for right now?
Well, I know we don't charge them on nonprofit housing, which I'm very much welcome. But I think increasing, like I said, housing abundance and making sure that people have alternatives so they're not trapped.
Sorry if I may, it's the committee is a Q&A format, and I think you've answered the councillor's question.
I'll say the question. Yeah, it's just that we right now we have very low DCs in Ottawa, and we don't charge on electrical power services, waste diversion, long-term care, public health services, childcare services, and emergency preparedness services. So we are a very low tax jurisdiction when it comes to DCs in the city. I get your point. I guess the last question, Chair, to the delegate is just what replaces, in your view, those services that are currently paid for through DCs? Is it tax increases? Is it another form of funding to the city? What would you say we could replace those with?
I mean, I think the expertise on that is not like like I said at the beginning, my expertise is around connecting things to the overall economy. But I do, like I said, agree with increasing property taxes, and I'm not against necessarily charging DCs. I just think a blanket increase over every category of housing, even though yes, there are many exemptions, but increasing it across, I don't see as the viable way forward.
I do agree with you on the point about certainly the single unit periphery, creation. That's housing that costs us a lot of money over time. So, appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Dan, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your delegation today, which leads us to our final delegation, Michael Bishop, who I'm guessing will pop up on the screen any moment now. Right on time. Mike, welcome to Planning and Housing Committee. When you're ready, you've got 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you so much. It's not much of a presentation. This is actually my first meeting, but it is an issue that I'm passionate about. So thanks for the opportunity to talk. Yeah, I agree with a lot of the prior commenters, speakers, that increasing development charges is a bad idea, and cities should reject the proposal. I hope that that some of the last commenters were quite convincing in pointing out that there's nothing magical about development charges as an expense. Just like labor costs or material costs, they're costs that are going to affect the cost of housing. And we have some studies to that effect, but also let's just think about common sense, or I don't know, get together a panel of economists and ask them, what do they think would happen? Like, they're going to say that these charges increase the cost of housing, and not just for new builds, but because buyers may be deciding between a new build and a pre-existing home. It increases the cost for all housing because you can charge more for pre-existing housing when there's less new housing coming on the market. I mean, another point around this that I would make is that let's just imagine that developers did eat the entire cost of charges themselves out of their profits. Are they really going to keep building as many homes if they make less profit for every house? That doesn't seem plausible to me. And I really like the principle that we should charge, we should tax, we should try to raise revenue by asking people to pay for things that we'd like to see less of. So less traffic, let's charge more for for parking, for if you can charge a congestion tax somehow, that would be fantastic. Obviously, that's a big ask, not something you can just flip a switch on. We should be doing the opposite. We should be charging more for undeveloped land. We should be charging more for developing property that is not property that, or not building that is going to help solve the housing crisis. We should think creatively. There's more to do than, okay, a lot of people are going to say, okay, so you want to increase property taxes, which I take it is not a very popular position. I do think that an across the board increase is probably better than development charge increase, but let's think creatively. You could limit the increase to only housing that is like occupied by wealthier people. That would be a more progressive approach and something that I would strongly support. I see no reason why property tax needs to be a sort of fixed rate for everyone, from the people who own poor people to people who are very wealthy. So that's one option. There's a economist, Henry George, who says we should be really taxing undeveloped land. We should be increasing taxes on land that is not being developed to its highest use. And so you could assess what is the value of people's land undeveloped, and shift property taxes to emphasize more the value of the undeveloped land, because that will encourage more development. And once again, like Dean was saying, if we get more housing built, it's like the goose that lays the golden egg, right? Every new home, is a stream of income for the city, and you should be pulling out all the stops to try to get more of those homes, not just to increase city revenue, but because we need to drive down the cost of housing. And it's really, yes, I realize there's a short-term budget issue, but in the long term, it's going to be building more housing that it is going to increase the tax base, and you won't need to have higher taxes on everyone to raise more revenue if you build more density, especially near transit, which again addresses. So housing, it is an issue that affects inequality, the environment, public transit. I think all these motivations point towards really doing everything we can to get more homes developed. Thank you.
Mike, thank you very much for your delegation. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much. I've had a couple of requests. Let's take 15. I want to chat quickly with staff, and we'll come back here at 12:15, please. All right, welcome back. Chance to settle in. Let's do it. There was the delegate who spoke about bad idea, and now I've got the Olivia Rodrigo song in my head. That one's going to save rock. All right, we've heard from the public delegations. I don't know if anyone has any questions for staff. I don't see any. I don't see any hands up, but now is your opportunity to pose questions. There are a lot of different staff from all the different. Oh, boom! The board lit up. Councillor Choster was quickest. Ariel?
Thank you. I was between bites, so I just have a question. So my understanding is we're something like 44th in the province in terms of DC rates right now. Do you know that with the revised charges, assuming we go with the amendment from Councillor Gower, where we would sort of be in the rankings of development charges?
Yeah, Chair, because it's not that, it's only about 11% or so. So we probably in the same range. But I think when we do our comprehensive bylaw with our IMP and our TMP in place, the longer timeline to 2046 and the urban expansion areas, you will see a more significant change.
Okay, so you anticipate us changing this again once we're through those other processes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to start with a process question. So in our submissions folder, our council submissions folder, there's a whole bunch of letters from different stakeholders, mostly developers or their lawyers, that have asked for changes to specific items in the DC bylaw. Are those already reflected in the motion that's been presented today, or are they still to be reviewed and perhaps changed before council?
Mr. Chair, I can start off. There are certain items with respect to the Village of Richmond and with respect to the Trillium line, and those are reflected in the items that you have today. And then I have a chart that I've done of them. There are other matters which are inquiries or requests for increases. Those are not reflected in what you have before you today.
Okay, but there's still time, or there's an ability for staff to review those, and you may recommend changes before council still?
Yes, we will.
And do you have a deadline? Is there a certain point leading up to council where you will not accept any more requests for adjustments?
I think it would be today, because there's a lot. There are many little issues and we need to scrutinize each one. So today would be the cutoff so that we have time to review and advise council.
Okay, thank you. And I also just wanted to ask about appeals. And if Mr. Mark could give us a general overview of what could be appealed or under what circumstances, what should committee know about appeal risk?
There is a broad right of appeal of development charge bylaws on a process point. Unlike for zoning or for OPAs, you do not have to have made written submissions to appeal. You could not have participated in the process at all, although that would be commented on in any hearing, but you have the right to appeal 40 days after the bylaw is adopted. And so any concerns, I'm going to put it over the math and the inputs is what you can appeal on. In my opinion, there is no appeal as to it. For instance, transition. The council is entitled to charge the maximum of what the, and again, I refer perhaps someone unfairly to the math, but it's very detailed work that's been done. But whatever the application of the heavily prescribed criteria arrives at in terms of a number, council is entitled to charge that number at its highest. There is no right to a transitional or no obligation for council to charge less, although it may of course do so. And so any appeal would need to focus on an allegation that the prescribed criteria had not been appropriately applied.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back on a bit later, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions and concerns or comments about what this might mean for rural areas. So I know that when we have these conversations, we're generally thinking of developers, which we've heard from, and their concerns about even an 11% increase inside the Greenbelt. But when I look at the increases for rural unserviced, which essentially because of the lack of opportunities in my ward for new subdivisions, given the amount of agricultural land we have, we're basically talking about single families or a homeowner building a house for their family. So I am wondering about the 19 to 20% increase when we're looking at 11, 12, 14% everywhere else. So I just, my first question, I guess, would be, and I apologize if this has been explicitly covered in a presentation and I missed it, but could you walk me through why the increase is higher for rural unserviced areas, particularly given that, you know, the majority of them, as I said, will not be new subdivisions. It'll be one home on Dunrobin Road, on March Road, where there's existing infrastructure. So I just concerned that we may be penalizing, you know, single family homeowners just looking to build a home in a rural area more than others. So if you could walk me through the rationale on that, I'd be appreciative.
Through the chair, with the calculation development charges, I think in some of the delegations have mentioned it as well, is that a certain percentage of those charges or fees are allocated on a citywide basis. So those costs are spread out amongst all of the inside, outside, and rural areas. So that's part of the reason why that the costs are a little bit higher, or the percentage increase is higher. Plus the denominator that we've been talking about, the growth forecast for the rural area is not as robust as it would be for inside Greenbelt and outside Greenbelt as well. So that puts pressure on the rates to be higher. I think one of the points, though, to keep in mind with within your ward, in Ward 5, is that the rural and serviced area, or both rural service and unserviced, an individual building a house or a townhouse is not subject to the full transit charge. They would be paying 1/3 of that transit component. So that would be a reduction of, say, $7,000 or $8,000 per unit, because they're not subject to the same transit fee as they are in other rural areas or within the inside-outside areas of the city.
Yeah, but when I look at the current information I have, it shows the transit fee on the DC to be the same in Ward 5 as it is downtown. Have I misread that, or have I missed something?
It's just that we don't, it's usually applied at building permit issuance. So they look at the area that the property is located. So, and they would only apply that 1/3 of that transit charge. So there's not necessarily a separate schedule, but it's an adjustment that's made at building permit issuance to allocate that cost differently for public transit.
So am I to understand that you know, if this person goes to get a building permit and that transit fee on the DC is reduced, would that mean a reduction in the 19 to 20% total that I'm seeing here today, or has the total you've put here factored in that reduction already?
No, it would be because the transit fee is going up, so that it would have an impact as to they would be paying less. It'd be like I said, 2/3 less than they would be in other areas. But maybe we can do up a separate chart that shows that allocation, or that differentiation that's made between rural area A and rural area B for transit services.
Okay. I may follow up, or I may have more questions today, but for now I'll take what you've given me and chew on that for a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want it so we get clarity for the public. There's a minor increase in DCs that you're showing here, but in fact, because of the phase-in, DCs are going down compared to what they are. today, if you were looking at a single unit charge or any charge, they're actually going down with the 80% phase in. Can you just confirm?
That's correct.
Okay.
But Mr. Chair, that is only until a short period after the bylaw is adopted. So I predict by sometime in June, that 20% decrease will disappear.
After Bill 185 is presumably passed, is that what you're referring to, or you're referring to?
That's correct.
Okay.
There's 7 days after Bill 185 is passed, and that 7 days is allowed for inputting of all the new rates. So it's less than a month for sure, because the legislature rises on June 14th.
Okay, there's a small point. I just want to get clarity though. Like I thought we were dropping for our DC rates on single unit homes from 41st to 50th place in Ontario. Is that correct, or is it some other number that I'm not getting right here?
Well, I don't know if we have updated rates for 2024, so we wouldn't necessarily know where we're going to be sitting on the chart as. But other municipalities also, if they have passed updated bylaws, they have been or may have been subject to that reduction as well. So it's going to be a little bit challenging to compare all the rates in 2024. But I'm not 100% sure where we will lie on that, or what level we will be at on that chart once these changes are made.
Okay. Thanks, that's helpful. It would be good to get the update, I guess, when the changes are made, because I know I saw the update, I think in the March discussion when that was released. But the first delegation raised the issue of intensification and new growth in existing areas. You mentioned that one problem is that the development charges are not proportionally collected and spent in the areas undergoing what we anticipate to be the most intensification in the future. I'm wondering your response to that. He mentioned we want to build 15-minute communities, but we're not proportionally accepting development charge funding and investing in those local parks, transit, community centers, and libraries. That won't happen as much as existing communities based on how DCs function. Can you comment on that?
And I believe Councillor Leeper mentioned that at the agenda clearing as well. But the issue is that the first delegate was referencing, we haven't updated the IMP TMP. So if what I've seen of the draft IMP, there's an increased number of projects inside Greenbelt that are going to be have development charges allocated to fund a portion of them to accommodate intensification. That shift is coming, but it's coming in the 2024 IMP. It wasn't necessarily identified, or wasn't identified in the 2013 IMP. I think that's so yes, I don't disagree that it's outdated, but that's because we don't have an updated IMP and TMP. But once those are updated, then there is definitely a shift in the inside Greenbelt amount that we'll be collecting to fund certain infrastructure projects for water and wastewater. The other thing I thought of as well as with intensification is that the province has introduced legislation to allow for more ADUs to be built, and they're not necessarily subject to development charges. So that kind of, if you have a single family and you're putting in 2 units within your house, and maybe a secondary suite in the backyard or whatever, you're not necessarily subject to development charges, right? So that gentle intensification, you wouldn't be paying development charges on those units, those new units.
Thank you for that, Chair. This is a provisional update of our DC bylaws. I'm wondering in the new update, if we can include the eligible DC categories that we could charge for, but that we don't, and compare that with other municipalities. I guess, I don't know if you want to comment on that. There's several categories we don't charge for right now that other municipalities do. And it would be, I think, important for the public and committee to know what those are.
Chair, we could look at that when we start the comprehensive review, because it will be very detailed. We will look at everything and make comparisons if we need to. It'll be part of that exercise.
Thanks so much for that. We heard delegates talk about some link between the DC costs and housing prices and advocating for bringing the DC costs down with their assertion that this could help with bringing housing prices down. Do we have independent research that shows that there's a direct correlation there, that if we lower DCs by a certain amount, that would be directly correlated for that house cost coming down for a new home buyer, let's say?
Chair, we don't have a study looking at that at all because our DC charges are collected to build infrastructure and provide services to support the growth. If we didn't have the growth, if we didn't have any, we wouldn't be collecting DCs, but we do. We have our OP. We talk about the growth areas. We have zoning to support the intensification. So we have the other policies that support growth and housing. This is purely a financial tool. Doesn't say specify what has to be built and where. It's just saying if there's going to be a single family unit home being built, it's this rate. If you're building multi-unit row houses, it's this rate. That's all it is.
Just my only other comment as well, though, is that as Chair Leeper mentioned at one of the meetings this week, that like the old city of Ottawa never had development charges from 89 to 2004, right? Unfortunately, for better or worse, I was in the city of Nepean, and our development charge rates were one of the highest rates in the province of Ontario, if you combined it with the region. And we boomed in the 90s. Chapman Mills built out, I mean, you talk to someone from Minto, there's built out 10 or 15 or 20 years faster. So that's an anecdote. I mean, but I'm just, from my experience, I didn't necessarily translate into a boom in the old city of Ottawa, but I did see the results in Nepean, and there certainly was, I was convinced that we would never get out of deficits in our DC reserve funds. And a lot of them, it just disappeared over like a 10 or 15 year period. And maybe we hit the market at the right time or whatever it was, but we were certainly charging high development charges, higher than the region at that time, which is very unusual, I believe. So, but anyway, that anecdotally, I haven't seen that evidence.
Yeah. And I grew up in Nepean. I remember that time in the 90s when it was growing quite a lot in that area. But Amo was also pointed out some other examples in the GTA on the border of two municipalities with very different development charge programs. The municipality with lower DCs, in fact, has higher housing prices. These examples add to the embedded skepticism that exists about the interests and actions of the industry to reduce house prices. I understand why industry wants these lower, it's their input costs. But I guess I'm skeptical about how much would actually be passed along to end consumers. So the AMO brief that was also released argued that a reduction in development charge collections will increase the cost of public services for all residents. There's an argument made that we should shift DCs to the tax base. I guess just in practice, like, is that something provincially we would be allowed to do? And there's a corollary to that question around the DC's ability to be a check on expensive sprawl for the city, and that we charge more outside the Greenbelt for single unit homes than we do inside the Greenbelt. So just on the first question, is it possible provincially to just lower taxes lower DCs and then increase taxes?
Mr. Chair, as a purely theoretical matter, the city is not obliged to charge development charges, but I'm certain the general manager and the deputy treasurer would have advice to you on the impact of not doing so.
Okay, thanks for that. And just, I guess, last question, because I'm running out of time and I might get back on the list here, Chair, but the checking of sprawl, or I guess trying to incent the type of development that the official plan says that we want, which is more multi-unit homes, more growth within already built up areas to create 15-minute communities. How can DCs account for that? Are we doing a good enough job, or can we actually shift those figures so that, say, apartment units are charged a much lower rate than we see today? whereas the housing units that cost us a lot of money for the city, which are those single unit homes on the periphery and growth areas where there's urban boundary expansion, where those would be correspondingly higher. Is that possible in this scenario to have that type of shift, or because of the formulas that you're using, it is what it is?
And I believe at a break I was showing Chair Leaper the chart. It's kind of a methodology you have to use, right? So that they basically take the per capita charge for residential and multiply by a factor, right? So and that those factors are what I believe GOBA or the homeowners association are concerned about, is that we're using 2016 factors as opposed to 2021 factors, but we haven't received the 21 factors yet from StatsCan. But that's what drives that. So if you were to change that, then I think, and Tim Mark could correct me, but we'd have to somehow offset those. You know, if we charge lower for something that should be higher, then we would have to make up that difference, because that would be kind of an incentive or a discount or whatever, right? And discounts and exemptions have to be made up by the municipality. We can't pass them on to other developers. So it's very problematic. But persons per unit calculations are different inside Greenbelt versus outside Greenbelt versus rural. So there is a higher persons per unit for outside Greenbelt. So it's kind of a higher cost is already built into those numbers. So yes, the methodology that's being used does factor in that you'll have more people living in those units outside Greenbelt. So the charges are higher as a result.
Okay, thanks for that. And Chair, just on the actual DC eligible categories, we currently don't charge for electrical, power, waste diversion, long-term care, public health services, childcare services, and emergency preparedness services. Why is it that we don't charge for those categories, whereas other municipalities do?
So I think, I believe in 2019, we made an attempt to add in waste diversion into the DC envelope of services, because the province under Bill 73 allowed waste diversion to once again become an eligible service. Just that it's, in our case, it's difficult, and maybe we can do it in the future or whatever. It's difficult to establish a level of service. In order to collect DCs, you have to have a level of service, and it's a challenge to determine what that level of service is for waste diversion because of how we contract out those services. I guess the agreements are very complex. How you separate the capital from the operating, all those factors, right? I guess it can be done, but it's very complicated. So that's something that would have to be looked at more closely. And on the non-res side of things, we don't have a waste diversion so it would only be a residential component as well. But it could be looked at again. And the other one or two other services that we've looked at, or there've been inquiries about them, is that it's basically it's that level of service. Yes, you can. One of the items, one of the services that's on the list is emergency preparedness. You could establish a level of service, and you can say that there is a growth component, then you can collect DCs to pay for a portion of those growth-related costs. But it's that establishing that level of service is the key. And once you have that level of service, then you can determine whether DCs can be applied or not. So that's kind of that step. But there's, again, and I think anecdotally, there's been turnover in staff. So once I kind of mentioned that to staff, and then 6 months later, they're retired or no longer in that job. So it's like, oh, well. And I think the other one was on the social service side of things as well. I mentioned that, but again, they could look at it and see, and maybe it's not feasible, but if they do that level service analysis, and then there's a possibility.
One thing I could add to that is we didn't in 2019, we didn't have a solid waste master plan or a long range financial plan. We're hoping to come forward in Q2 with a solid waste long range financial plan that will help with the detail that we didn't have in 2019.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll probably ask the Treasurer's Office to confirm. I believe our DC funded capital program in 2024 is $178 million. That's what the city manager told me a couple of months ago. So just a fun fact. We'll intersperse fun facts in today's meeting.
Okay.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation as well as the work that you had put into this. In this second, I think it was the second or third slide where you compared Ottawa with a bunch of other municipalities. It's certainly very helpful to sort of compare where we are versus where municipalities in the GTHA are. However, I think that local context also helps, right? Ottawa isn't certainly in no way similar to, SDG, and it's no way similar to Perth and Carleton Place, all these other places people have mentioned, but some form of local context also helps because in many ways we are, I guess, competing with them for residents and therefore all the joys of life that they bring to the city. Is that information that you have on hand as well, or is that information that sort of maybe might take you a little while to get?
I think it's readily available for like 2023. There's some information that you can benchmark Ottawa against other municipalities in Eastern Ontario. Just one of my former directors once said, though, that he would attend meetings in Toronto and he would kind of say that when they looked at Ottawa, they would say Ottawa is Eastern Ontario when it comes to development charges, right? Because of just the way we have a very large geography and the services that we provide, such as transit, it don't exist in a lot of the outlying municipalities. So but those comparators are there. They're available, and I can send them to you if you'd like.
Thank you. Yeah, local context is helpful, and I would appreciate if that could be sent to me, and probably maybe colleagues on the committee as well. I think my next set of questions is probably for Mr. Mark, I think. So right now we are awaiting the update of the IMP and TMP and the infrastructure and transportation master plans. That's what we're waiting on right now. And that's certainly going to have a pretty good bearing on where that takes us in terms of what our DCs or development charges are going to be. Is there, the provincial has a statutory requirement for us to update our DC bylaw. However, is there a way for us to sort of extend the existing DC bylaw until we have completed both the IMP and TMPs when those rates are recalculated?
The short answer is no, but I do wish to say a little bit more. Bill 185 has such a provision, but Bill 185 will not be in place by the time for us to utilize it. Our bylaw, I've referred to this, it's a guillotine date. May the 22nd, if we have not enacted a new development charge, on May 23rd, there are no development charges in the city of Ottawa. I've looked at the timetable of the legislature. It occurs to me that the earliest, the Standing Committee on Finance and Economic Affairs finishes its hearings on May the 15th. Then it has to do a clause by clause analysis. The earliest that could be done is May the 16th. Then it has to go back to the legislature for third reading and royal assent. The legislature does not sit the following week. Therefore, the earliest it could be enacted, and I'll put my neck out and say likely will be enacted, is the last week of May. That's too late for us to extend.
Thank you. Okay, that does make sense. There are a number of things that so if we were to, let's say, direct staff to come back after to Planning Housing Committee and or council for final approvals of the future numbers for DCs after the IMP and TMP are done, would that be considered in order?
So I heard all the words from the councillor, but I'm sorry, I did not understand the very last sentence. So if that could be posed to me, I don't need the background, just you can give me it. I just need the last sentence, please, councillor.
Would that be in order for us to ask staff to come back when the DCs get updated?
Staff do intend to come back to you with the IMP sometime later in 2024 and with the TMP in 2025. The chair may have some view on the necessity of such a motion, but if you wish to put it in a motion to direct staff to do what staff do intend to do anyway, that's within the purview of committee and council.
Thank you. So under Bill 185, mandatory phasing in disappears. I think, what was it, 7 or a week after or something like that. But phasing in is still an option for a municipality. And if that is the case, I'm assuming the difference is made up by existing property taxpayers, correct?
The property taxes or the rates, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And if we were to, what do staff, this is going to staff now. Do staff have a number of how much a property taxes in Ottawa can go up by if we were to, let's say, not increase our DCs this time around, right now, rather?
So I don't know if there's an estimate of how much we would lose by not increasing, but 1% increases property tax revenue by 21 million each year, annually. So 1%.
Okay. What if we, what's the financial implications of extending that transition then, that Councillor Gower's motion alludes to, actually explicitly states, it's not an illusion. But what if we extended that to what Jason Bugaraff said? I think the recent practice has been like 110, 120 days.
Well, I think in the past, it was actually longer in the 2019. We had like 6 months and 10 months, and it was very, very generous. Not sure that that's something that we want to continue doing. Other municipalities don't have a transition clause. We felt that the 90 days would be adequate for people to transition or businesses to transition to that. So if we extend it, that means we're back to collecting the 2019 rates for a longer period of time than the rates that you see here.
Yeah, so I mean, there's an obvious financial implication, but I also think there's a fairness, because my understanding of it is that if you pay for a house, if you buy a house and pay for a house, but the building permit doesn't get issued for, a few months, it usually takes a few months, and then we pass this change in DC with a 90-day transition, then the buyer is probably going to be on the hook for the I guess unforeseen extra cost. So I mean that's sort of a fairness thing for me. I mean my view. But anyway, I'll think about that. I'll get back on the list because I'm rambling.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Sorry, on transition, Mr. Mark, did you have anything to add on that?
So there are two things, one historical and one recent, that I would wish to bring to the attention of committee, Mr. Chair. The first is historical. While it is true council provided actually I think it was 5 months for ordinary building permits and 10 months for complex building permits in 2019. Building permits had to be applied for by the end of June to qualify. So there was a 6-week qualification period and then a 5-month or 10-month period in order to get your building permit. What is proposed is actually an open 3-month period. As long as you get your building permit in the 3 months, you qualify. So there are some different aspects. This is more open, although shorter, than the one in 2019. But the really major change that I do wish to remind committee of is the site plan and zoning application provision. Under the amendments introduced by the government, that applicant's development charges are frozen at the date they apply for site plan approval, or if they didn't apply for site plan approval, the date they apply for zoning approval, provided, and I'll use the Bill 185 comment, provided they were made in the past 18 months. So somebody who applies, gets a building permit in December, who applied for their zoning or site plan in June of 2023, gets the rate in June of 2023. That was not in place in 2019.
Sweet. Councillor Hill?
Thank you very much, Chair Gower. Good discussion, complex issue. I want to confirm a couple things. The first is on the discrepancy between the official plan numbers and the housing target numbers. So I think we have 80,000 in the official plan. We're looking at 150,000 in the housing pledge target. And I believe this is being done due to a legislative obligation to factor the 80,000 from the official plan. I need to understand how we reconcile that difference, because we're building our city towards what we anticipate, and those numbers are creeping higher every day. And I just want to make sure that if we're a slave to that document, that it's done so in such a way that we're able to somewhat have some agility to make the right decisions as a council regarding amendments up without getting ourselves into trouble. So if you could maybe just underscore that piece a little bit so that I'm a bit more clear, that would be great.
So Chair, the housing pledge that council pledged to last year is an aspirational target established by the province to get as many houses built as possible. Underlying the pledges was also the eligibility for the Building Faster fund. So if municipalities had provided that pledge, they would then be eligible to access that fund, which is meant to provide for some of the offsets that Bill 23 removed for development charges. So that was one of the reasons why council opted to make the pledge, but also to recognize that the municipality also has a role to play in providing as many houses as possible, notwithstanding what the official plan projections may have. So that is a target that council made in terms of the pledge. In terms of the development charges and the denominator, so to speak, that staff has mentioned, we do have to use the projections in the official plan.
Okay, but I mean, is there a staff assessment that this leaves us short somehow, or like how are we addressing those different numbers? It's like having two different accounting books for a firm. That leads to problems.
So Chair, I'll try and answer that one. In terms of if the municipality receives more permits than what we have projected, then those DC chargers would go towards the projects. So there isn't necessarily a balancing between what's projected in our official plan versus what's been pledged to in the municipal housing pledge.
Okay. One of the delegates spoke to the transitionary period of 3 months, and I just wanted to get kind of staff perspective on that, because originally there wasn't one, and I believe in 2019 it was 6 months. I just want to get an appreciation for how we settled on 3 months, and if there is risk that's being assumed by that being too short or not long enough or what have you.
Through the chair, as Tim Mark mentioned earlier, that we agree that there should be a transition period. It was established at 3 months, but it's designed in a slightly different format as the ones that we were used in the past. It doesn't have that, as he said, there was a deadline. There has been a deadline in most of the transition clauses that I'm aware of that you had to apply by a certain date in order to lock in those transition rates. There is no deadline for applying for a building permit, so that the 3-month time frame allows for more flexibility, and you don't have the same deadline to apply within, say, a shorter time frame as I think it was like the end of June or June 28th in 2019. It was different dates in the past. So now there is no criteria that limits that. So you can, after a month or two, you could still apply, and if you get your building permit, you're still subject to the transition provisions. And of course, also mentioned that the changes that came into place with Bill 138 under Section 26.2 that allows for the rates to be frozen under certain circumstances for up to 2 years. Although under Bill 185, it's changed in 18 months. But if you have those rates frozen for 2 years, then you wouldn't be subject to the higher rates because you would have locked in at an earlier point in time.
I appreciate that. And if we were to look to consider amendments to that, did I hear correctly that that would need to be submitted today?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, may I just clarify on that? I think it's important. That would be, today is a deadline to consider on the part of staff, right?
Mr. Chair, there may be topics that committee wants staff to explore without yet taking a position on. We would respectfully request that we receive them today. Transition it really is within the committee and council's jurisdiction. It is not required, but it is within your authority to grant. And so a motion on transition would be appropriate today. If that's where the committee's mind is at, it would make it easier with respect to bylaw drafting if it were done today.
It's not a motion I'm going to bring, but if a motion were to come to the floor of council, that would also be in order, I believe.
It will make legal's life more difficult, but we will accommodate you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that council understands that it does have the final say, as always. However, I would certainly encourage anyone who wants to change that transition to bring that motion to this committee today in order to make our staff's life easier, and I would vote against that motion. Sorry, Councillor Hill.
No, I really appreciate that clarification, Chair. I think it's important, and I think that's a part of the frustration, certainly that I'm feeling, in that there's a lot of data that has been changing that we need to come together, and now we're kind of being forced to make a decision with I would call it some less than perfect information in order to try and get the best outcome. And then we have a ticking clock, with no real flexibility to move beyond that. So that's the piece I'm struggling with, is how we can find, whatever may be the best way to make amendments to this, if there are some that can be found, but to do it in such a way that we're procedurally correct. I guess my last question is with regard to projects. One of the delegates mentioned having some projects that perhaps don't belong in this background study and maybe aren't purely designed with regard to growth paying for growth. Does City have any further comment on that?
Chair, the project list is really based on documents that council has already approved. The 2013 master plans, the 2022 master plan for parks and so on. So they're not new, they're not being made up. So every time you approve a master planning document, that becomes the plan that we follow until there's an update to that. So none of the projects on the list have shifted from what you have seen in the past.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I'm very appreciative of the work that's gone on behind this. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, just similar clarification to what I asked previously. While we are working from lists of projects that are in the master plans and staff have appropriately followed those instructions, is it within the purview of this committee or of council to determine that a particular project should be taken out and not calculated as part of the development charges?
Mr. Chair, that question is somewhat difficult. The question before committee and council on this matter is whether or not what development charges are to be and whether or not development charges are to be available. So the decision to have a particular project as a project the council is going to construct is made through the master planning process, through the TMP and through the IMP. And so that's where council makes its decision on what roads or what pipes or what plant is going to be constructed. Council could determine that it was not going to finance a particular project. That would lead to inconsistencies, and that's all I can say, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Clear as mud. And certainly I would encourage people to work with the plans that council has already developed in order to ensure that we have the infrastructure that is going to contribute to the quality of life that Ottawa residents deserve. However, I did want to make that clear. Sorry, Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I just want to get some clarification around a few of the delegations made some comments about that we maybe should be concerned that we might lose federal funding with the building. I don't know, what's it called? Building something fund as opposed to the housing accelerator fund, that if we froze DCs that we might be at risk of losing money. And so I went and spoke to Isabel and just was hoping maybe Isabel could tell all of you what she told me.
So I don't know the name of the fund either. It's a building faster fund. Anyway, it's related to this the water and water infrastructure funding that they're offering. It's a $5 billion fund, and the caveat around that is we would have to freeze our development charges for the next 3 years, in order to be able to apply to that fund. So that is still in negotiation with the province. It's being discussed right now. And so we don't know what the results are of those discussions.
Okay, and then the second part of it was, and even if that is the case, we would want to try to do a business case to figure out what would be smarter, right? To go for that money, door number 1 or door number 2. And so that hasn't been done right. Yeah?
Correct.
Okay, so we all understand that. That is all still to come. Okay, second question of my 3 questions. Second question is, you know the chart that says Vaughan, Toronto, that Councillor Lowe was talking about? Would you say that's really apples to apples though?
No, it's not really, because as Councillor Lowe mentioned, it is about context. And we were speaking with our consultants, Hampson, and they said that the real estate comes into play, the source of where water could be brought into the city. You know, we've got the rivers right here. You know, so it costs more in some other areas to pipe it in. So there are a number of differences and levels of service, and you know, so it's not really comparable. We use that just to show that although our rates are increasing, there are some high rates elsewhere, but it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Great, thank you for that. Because I mean, it was important for us to see for sure. But as I said in one of our briefings, that, you know, the little group there, what do we call it? The Program and Services Review Committee that we are, Councillor Carr, the mayor, me. We had analyses done of all the cities across Canada in terms of what their budgets were like and you know, what their property taxes were and things like that in many different categories to try to see what are other municipalities doing that we aren't, where do cities get revenue that we don't. And so I think it is always helpful to be looking at that, but you always have to be careful that it is apples to apples. I mean, some of the chart there, I would say we also don't have inside and outside greenbelt areas, rural, like we just have city of Vaughan. We don't have their various differences. But nonetheless, I do think it's valuable because builders will say to me, I'm sure they say to you, if you're on planning committee, that they could choose to build elsewhere. And, you know, they don't just have Ottawa projects, they have projects everywhere else. So it helps them to make decisions as to where they want to build next. So for us to understand what other municipalities are charging, I think is important information. My last question is, when we do have the information about our IMP and our TMP, is there an estimate of how much DCs might go up once we see all of that?
You will get that as part of the package. If we're going to update the DCs, and we will use the information from these updated master plans. So that'll come forward, but I don't have the information today.
So you don't even have an estimate or a guess, eh?
I wouldn't want to guess.
Okay, I would say it may be higher than what we're looking at right now.
Well, for sure, because the timelines will be extended to 2046 instead of 2031. Plus, we have the expansion areas as well.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's betting, but my guess would be it will be significantly higher than the increase right now.
Councillor Curry, thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, and they kind of follow up precisely with what Councillor Curry was asking about. The first one about that federal fund. So the fund is the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. And I guess what I'm looking to find out now is based on, and I can't see who answered, but it sounds like it was Isabel who answered. But based on that answer, I want to address what I hope isn't a potential risk here. So as I understand it, that fund is for eligible municipalities, and we are eligible based on our population. $5 billion on certain conditions, one condition being that we approve 4 units as of right, the other condition being that we freeze development charges. So my question to staff there, were you saying in your answer to Councillor Curry that we don't yet know that if we approve an increase to these rates today, we don't know if that puts us out of eligibility for that fund?
Chair, I think the announcement was made in April, so we would have to look at the rates in April, and that were to be frozen for 3 years. We do have a rough order of estimate in terms of how much DC we would lose. It'd be in the order of $132 million, give or take, over 3 years, if we were stuck using those rates. And I believe, Ms. Mark, that we would have to look at the April rates because that's when the announcement was made.
So the budget document referred to a date of April the 2nd. I apologize, Mr. Chair. The budget document in discussing the availability of the $5 billion and as of when DC rates would have to be frozen for municipalities with 300,000 or more, identified a date of April the 2nd. But as the Deputy Treasurer indicated, it is the expectation that that date will be subject to negotiation between the province of Ontario and the federal government.
Okay, so in other words, to a certain extent, we're taking a bit of a calculated risk, but we're also, I suppose, anticipating positive negotiation. Does that mean that we may have an eventuality where we can increase these DCs and still be eligible for this funding? Is that still an unknown possibility?
Again, Chair, I think it depends on what that timeline, what that date is, and what our rate would be, and that's the point at that point.
Right.
If that's what the province has come to an agreement with the feds on this.
All right. Thank you. I just have another question about on the subject of how we structure our DCs compared to other municipalities. So I appreciate the context that I've heard about where Ottawa's DCs rank with other Tier 1 Ontario municipalities. I understand that we have the different rate for inside the Greenbelt, outside the Greenbelt. My first question, do other Ontario Tier 1 municipalities follow a similar practice of charging different rates of DCs based on proximity to the core? I know they don't have inside Greenbelt, outside Greenbelt, but they likely have urban, suburban, rural. So do other Ontario municipalities follow a similar rate of process of staggering their DCs?
I don't, but I guess if you're looking at in the GTA, I don't think they would have that staggering effect because they still have regional versus local municipalities. So Vaughan would have its own DCs plus pay the region of York. You'd have Markham paying the local DC and then paying the regional component as well. The same with Durham region, Peel and Halton region. So you kind of have that dynamic as it is that within those various municipalities, they usually charge like citywide at the local level and then basically region-wide at the regional level. I think some municipalities in the GTA will have differentiation like Markham or for certain services, like say for water or wastewater, but it's very specific to those types of components. And I did happen to take a look at Vaughan's rate schedule last night, and they're collecting for 2 subway lines that I guess are extending from Toronto into their municipality. So those are included in their calculation of their development charges because they're trying to offset those costs. But I think in most cases it's usually applied on a citywide basis because, or region-wide basis or municipal basis because they don't have the same geography that we would have. And just think of us, we would have had the region plus 9 out of the 11 municipalities charging development charges prior to amalgamation. So I don't believe that dynamic exists in other areas of the province. And the last thing is I believe Pamela Blay was here a number of years ago, and she actually applauded Ottawa for having that type of rate structure because it is unique in Ontario as we apply those differentiated rates to try to capture different service levels inside, outside, and in the rural areas.
Great.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that, the statute actually encourages municipality to consider area-specific aspects of development charges.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this. I appreciate that the process may have been not ideal given the ever-changing legislation. I'm not hugely comforted, I think, by the scramble, as Goba put it. I understand why it happened, but I think the fact that the numbers were updated as late as yesterday is a bit uncomfy. But that said, I do have greater comfort that the numbers will continue to be updated as we move through the IMP and the TMP. There were some comments from delegates about the projects that have been included, that they're more nice to have than need to have. The price tag that we've attributed to those projects, are those quotes or are they guesstimates? Like, how did we come up with that amount?
Yeah, the staff when they put in projects into the development charges background study, and it's a little bit more complicated process because some of the delegates don't realize that we're subject to a 15-year historical level service cap. It used to be 10 years, now it's 15. So what you can put into the DCs on a project level is restricted by the Development Charges Act. So I think staff have to look carefully as to which projects they want to include because there is a cap as to what you can collect development charges to fund. And they're encouraged or asked to put in projects at a 2023 or 2024 cost, the current cost of building those particular facilities, right? And they may have contingency, Schedule D estimates with a 40 or 50% contingency, but that's because there's lots of unknowns when you go to build a project, right? But those estimates are supposed to be up to date and as accurate as possible. And my only other comment as well is that I think it's just more to do with Councillor Leeper is that at budget time, there's discretion at budget time to prioritize what projects you want funded from development charges, right? Where they're in the development charge rates, but you have that discretion to prioritize projects if you so wish and change priorities if you so wish as well, right? So there is that flexibility that's there, but it's at budget time when you're prioritizing which projects you want funded. Okay, so there is a level of scrutiny that's going into. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because so for example, and again, the example that was used was libraries, right? Well, they have like a $60 or $65 million, say, level of service. So they can't fund all the library projects, right? They can fund some new libraries in, say, in the suburban area. And those are collected in the suburban area, not collected inside Greenbelt. There's no allocation. There's no projects allocated inside Greenbelt. There's no DCs being collected inside Greenbelt to fund any project, library projects. That's kind of that dynamic, right? So. Okay, thank you very much. Circling back to population projections, I do believe the industry when they say that we're off, not only because of our pledge, and our efforts to build more homes faster, but the population projections for Orleans South have historically been off. We've grown faster than anticipated, which I think has contributed to the situation we're in today. I'm hearing you that we have to use the official plan numbers for consistency. But just to confirm, there is no mechanism to update those numbers with real-time data or new info as we move through the other master plan updates, because it feels like we're just going to keep getting the math wrong.
So Chair, staff's understanding is that the development charges do have to be based on the projections in the official plan. And if there is will from council to amend those projections, they have to be amended to the official plan.
Okay.
I would also add that we're looking at a longer time frame. So the population is out to 2046. So we may see some very active growth. But overall, we'll reach that point by 2046. So you get the ups and downs. Okay.
Okay, that did answer my question. Thank you. To Tim Mark, I suppose if we do receive an appeal and lose, resulting in the city having to refund charges plus interest, do we have that scenario mapped out at all? Our best guess? Do we have a risk assessment on what that number might be?
Mr. Chair, I have a fair amount of faith in the work that's done by Hemson's and staff. A conservative approach has been taken, as you've seen, since the background study was initially released on March 15th. Analysis has continued to be done. It can continue to be done, I'm aware, as late as yesterday, in order to ensure that we are in an area where we can defend what we are doing. The number that has been provided to you is not that much greater than the amounts in place today under bylaw 2019-156. And I hasten to add, because one always focuses on the main development charge bylaw, there are 11 stormwater bylaws plus 6 or 7 area-specific charges in the main bylaw. They have also been looked at and revisions made where warranted. I note that, and again, I may not have been copying on all the submissions that were made. I'm sure I was not. But a number of the submissions that I saw that came in yesterday were seeking increases to the charge, inclusion of further works. Taking all that into account, there's always the risk that there might be a decrease in the charge, but I doubt very much it's going to be a significant decrease. And if there had to be a refund, I would not believe that it would be a major amount that the city would have to be paid back. I am cautiously optimistic that we would be able to resist any appeal to our charge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very helpful. Thank you. Okay, 1.1.3, Brian Coburn extension. I know none of you have ever heard me talk about that before. Has a price tag of 173 million. That includes lanes for a BRT, correct? Always saying no. Okay. Okay. You may recall I introduced an inquiry at this committee a couple of weeks ago now, asking for more information on the historical roads and related service growth related project funding allocations. I understand as part of the TMP update, we're going to have an opportunity to set funding principles for citywide development charge collection. How do we, I guess as a council, ensure that the allocation occurs as we dictate in that in the TMP?
I'm sorry, Councillor, you made a comment that the DC's rates could be revisited at
the funding principles for the development charge collection, like how much we're allocating to roads versus other things. Is that part of the TMP?
Jennifer Armstrong's going to come and speak on this.
Through you, Chair. So through the TMP, we will be updating the long-range financial plans, and it's through that process that we'll be looking at the different types of funding or mobility programs that we would be allocating funding through, and through that discussion in concert with the update to the long-range financial plan that we'd be looking at how much to allocate to the different programs.
Okay, and is there sort of an annual review of, for tracking based on those funding principles?
So the transportation master plan would set out the projects, the priorities, and the implementation timeframes. And then we would implement based on what's in those plans. And then obviously tracking to see how the progress has been implemented, or progress, how it's been moving forward based on what the plans were.
Okay, so there's a tracking mechanism.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for my questions. I just wanted to make a comment. Obviously, transportation infrastructure is of greatest concern to me. What we're contemplating today, you know, it's 2024, but we're collecting DCs as if it were 2013. And my community has almost doubled in the 11 years. And I think if you look at the infrastructure, it's stuck 11 years in the past. So I appreciate that DCs may be imperfect, but we need to accommodate for growth, and critical infrastructure funding needs to come from somewhere. I'm not going to try to make this all about Orleans South like I often do, but you know, I think what's been challenging for my high growth area specifically is that the majority of our projects or major infrastructure projects are considered citywide. The price tag, though, is so large that they're getting skipped over TMP after TMP in favor of easier and cheaper projects. And you've heard me say this before, too. The Cumberland Transitway was identified in 1997. So I am very much looking forward to the TMP update. And I want to call attention to the motion that we passed during part 1, which is intended to right this wrong, that as part of the DC bylaw update, we reflect the projects and programs that support the TMP policies to ensure that there is sufficient affordable funding for major transportation infrastructure projects in areas experiencing significant and rapid new housing growth. So I will be supporting this today, but my hope and expectation is that we use these DCs to ensure that we are building complete communities. We talk a lot about the kind of communities we need to build to support quality of life. I think we've clearly articulated that vision as a city. And so now we need to look at the city and put a big red circle around the areas that are not 15-minute communities, that don't have transit or active transportation or libraries or arenas, and put our money with where our mouth is. So that's what I'm imploring us to do going forward. And yeah, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Just a quick question for you, if I may. The motion that was at your initiative refers to the TMP that's coming up?
So yes, but it's the DC bylaw update that would come from the TMP update.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the assertion is not that we are not currently following those principles. You're providing the heads up today that those principles are there, and your expectation is that we're going to follow them.
Yes.
Perfect.
Because
Thank
we've
you.
not done that in the past, at the last update. So as part of this larger update, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your patience on that. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple questions that I know will be important for my residents, and because we were each to ask 3 questions today. So the first one is if we could just have a comment on how DCs are currently collected for stormwater management. There's a lot of zeros in the proposed rates, and I would like to understand how that talks to the infrastructure master plan proposals for stormwater management.
So under the, in the current, and I think it's been referred to as that, so there's a very small component on the citywide side that we're collecting stormwater development charges for, but it's a very small component. And I think basically we're collecting for a deficit in that reserve fund because of previous costs that have been incurred. So we're just more or less recovering that deficit. So that's on the citywide side. And then as Tim Mark mentioned, that there's 11 bylaws, area-specific bylaws that are in the city right now. There used to be 17 at one time. We were down to 10, up to 11. But 10 of those 11 are located outside Greenbelt, and there haven't been any there's only been one new area-specific DC since 2004. So most of the suburban stormwater is being funded by developers through landowner agreements. They don't use development charges to fund that part of the infrastructure that they require. But if something has to be, if something can be identified within the infrastructure master plan potentially for stormwater, and it's deemed to be a component that's growth related, it could be included in as an area specific charge potentially, or as part of the citywide charge. In Nepean, for example, our first bylaw, Centerpoint, we were collecting stormwater DCs on a citywide basis, even though the stormwater the infrastructure was being built in suburbia, but we were collecting for that charge citywide. So that was something, we did change that in the next bylaw, but that's something that was looked at that time. So there's a potential, but it'll have to be identified as something that's growth related.
Thank you. Yeah, so I understand there are contexts in which developers can choose to pay for their own infrastructure, and then we would not be collecting development charges on those projects, which they, can find faster sometimes than going through the city mechanisms. Similarly, we're going to have, from what I understand, on-site stormwater management principles in the new IMP, which would allow for developers to manage their stormwater on site, which also may create, the opportunity to move through some of these projects faster because they'll have increased controls for their plans. So I think there's aspects to this that we can continue to work with the industry on for stormwater management that make me very encouraged for, reasonable and appropriate infill development that will respect the integrity of our stormwater management systems. I wanted you to comment quickly on the dwelling room principle, please. So the idea that we have the first charge is for a dwelling room, and then we multiply that dwelling room to get all of our other charges. Could you help me to understand what a dwelling room is referred to?
Yeah, and actually, you asked that question previously, so I refreshed I looked it up last night. By the way, I have to do my homework before this meeting. Sometimes I guess right, sometimes I guess wrong. So a dwelling room is basically, it's a room, but it doesn't have like all the sanitary and like washrooms and kitchen facilities, right? But it's basically, we inserted it in the 2019 bylaw, and it applies to certain categories, like say long-term care homes or whatever, right? Where a resident would be in a room, right? But they would have their kitchen, they would go downstairs, like my mother-in-law or whatever, and eat in an area like a cafeteria kind of a setting, right? So she wouldn't have had, or didn't have the ability to make anything in her room, that dwelling room, but she would be able to go downstairs. But there's a set number of 2 or 3 different uses that are identified in the bylaw that the dwelling room rate would apply to, and it also specifies which types it doesn't apply to as well. So there is that differentiation that I could send you, but that's basically in as the PPUs, persons per unit, that dwelling room represents 1, and then the persons per unit for a 1-bedroom apartment would apply by say 1.4, then 1.82 for say 2-bedroom, 2 point something for townhouse, and 3 point something, 3.9, 3.5 for single. But that's the per capita. The dwelling room is the per capita charge. So when you do your calculations, costs over growth equals that amount, that whatever it is, $50 or $100 per dwelling room, and then it's multiplied by those persons per units. So.
That's very good. So as we see more developers being interested in what are ostensibly luxury rooming house type environments for residents, which we are seeing in College Ward and elsewhere, those may be expected to have a dwelling room charge on those individual units.
Well, I think that's what I believe the changes that we made in 2019 was an attempt to kind of capture that situation. I'm not sure how successful we have been, to be honest with you, but I believe that was the intent, that when we made the bylaw change in 2019 to just establish a dwelling room rate. That was one of the reasons why we did that. But I'm not 100% sure how it's being captured at the building permit issuance. But it's something that can be looked at, and we can request information potentially.
Certainly. Well, I do have some meetings coming up with some other GMs to talk about how all of those debts or all of those charges are captured. And then I was hoping I might get a comment from the deputy treasurer with respect to how much debt and debenture is being serviced in the DC bylaw or the DC projects in this update, this provisional update, are we seeing a trend where, you know, it's more increasingly DCs collected are going to debt versus new projects? Do you have any trend analysis on that?
The only one is in the transit area. We're relying a lot more on DC debt because of the pressures on transit, but not in other areas.
Okay, so you feel comfortable with the levels of debt that we're seeing through this process?
With this current bylaw, yes, and we'll revisit that again with the TMP and IMP updates.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. All my questions have been asked and answered, so thank you, colleagues. I just had 3 quick comments I wanted to make. One was to acknowledge some of what we heard from the delegations, that DCs are not perfect. There are some inherent inequities and unfairness around that for new home buyers and I guess new renters. A townhome in Stittsville with this new rate would have a $45,000 development charge. Many buyers of new townhomes are young people and are new Canadians. That money gets paid for by the buyer, gets put into a 25-year mortgage. It ends up being a lot more than $45,000 for a buyer. So their DCs are not perfect, but they are the option that we have for funding. I think it's encouraging to see the federal government and the provincial government giving us some signals that they're changing policies so that cities can rely less on development charges. And maybe a few years from now, we have a column that says, you know, federal provincial government replacement grant for DCs, and then we can lower our DCs or somehow even things out as we go. So hopefully we get there, but we're not there today. As complex and as many changes as there are in this motion, this is still a relatively straightforward process, right? We take our official plan and the ensuing master plans, we plug it essentially into Hempson's massive, they probably have an Excel spreadsheet or something, and it spits out a number. And, you know, we need to scrutinize it and we get some feedback, but it's a fairly straightforward process. And it takes a lot of the politics out of the number that we end up with. And, you know, in terms of justifiable too, I think if you look at the percentage of development charge compared to the price of buying a new home today, although there is an increase from what we had in 2019, it's probably right in line, or it's a very justifiable increase in that sense. And then the third thing I wanted to mention was, I know there's some folks thinking about extending transitions or even freezing rates. I've never had a single one of my residents tell me I want less community infrastructure, or I want you to build parks, transit, libraries, roads, fire stations more slowly than you are now. And for every dollar that we delay through development charges, we are delaying that infrastructure for our communities. So I won't be supporting any motions that extend a freeze on rates or a transition rate any more than they are now. And thank you to staff. I know there are many moving pieces in the last year around this from the federal and provincial governments, and not an easy task to bring this in front of us and explain it with clarity. So thank you for all your work here today and behind the scenes. Thanks, Chair.
Well said. Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Troster.
Thank you. I'll be quick because I know we've been here for a long time. I just have a technical question based on something that I read in the report. So is it my understanding this new legislation is preventing us as a city from requiring pre-consults? Because my question is, and they're removing the penalty if we don't meet the deadline. So the question is, without pre-consults, how are we going to meet the deadlines?
Okay, so this is about things outside of the DCs, right? Okay, yeah.
It was in the context of the report, and it's just a chance to ask it.
Right.
So if you have any sense, because we've been hearing a lot about the need to speed up housing development and to meet those deadlines, but now it seems they've both removed the punishment for not meeting them and our tool to be able to meet them. So do we have a sense of what we're going to do?
So for the pre-consult, they're removing mandatory pre-consult, but most experienced developers will still come in and consult with us so that it's a sharing of information, conversation, what they want to build, and what we say this area requires these sorts of things. It's efficient for everyone with that consultation.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll put a pin in that one for when that legislation is final. I'll just make a few closing comments. I mean, I know that we have Councillor Tooney and Councillor Johnson here who both sit on the board of FCM. FCM is working really hard to advocate for a new municipal growth framework. we're being asked to do more with less as cities. We all understand that property taxes are completely insufficient for funding our infrastructure gap, as are DCs. But it's not a either or, it's a both and. Because my understanding is even with this moderate raise in development charges, it's not going to fill our infrastructure gap. We are going to have to talk about higher taxes, and we're going to have to talk about the need for more transfers from other level of governments. And I totally agree with Councillor Gower. People want more from us, not less. They want better service, not worse service. We're a growing city. Our services need to grow to meet the need. Even just in West Centertown, like close to Little Italy in my neighborhood, we're expecting 10 to 12,000 new residents in the next 10 years, right? So how do we accommodate folks who are mostly living in apartments with no green space of their own? They need city services because they're living in a much smaller footprint than a lot of us are used to living in. So I want to thank staff for their hard work and thank Councillor Gower also for the amending motion. I think it'll make the transition a little easier for the development community, but I think we also do need to send the message that more to come. Like once we get through all these other processes, they're going to change again. And I would just say to members of the development community, if you want to see development charges lowered or eliminated, help us advocate for better funding for cities, or come to the next budget and say that you support property taxes being higher, because it's either one or the other or both. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I echo Councillor Troster's comments. As municipalities, we can't afford to survive anymore. Things have gotten so escalated in cost. We got to stop going hat in hand. We have to have predictable levels of revenue coming to our municipalities, and that's why we're jammed in this situation. No one wants to go out and look for increases on the price of a home. My concern, obviously, is the qualifying rate and the dream of home ownership. I was taught 25-year mortgage and work on that, pay it off, and you know what? The rest of your life you'll have to figure out on pension. That is not the world we live in anymore, and people will not recognize that reality ever. Which is very sad. It hurts. I did have a couple of quick questions in regards to when it comes to the list of items, and you might have seen where I was going in this, that are currently captured within the DCs. We know we have a housing crisis right now. There's no question. Do we have the ability to review that list? And forgive me, I have an unfortunate situation in my ward that I had to deal with, so I had to step out for a second, and I've come back. Do we get to look at some of like the Olympic pool example or any of those things, or by what we're doing today, everything on the table that is currently there still proceeds?
At the higher level, those projects, whether it's with Parks and Recreation or transportation facilities, would be at the master plan phase, because that's where you set your priorities. But then you also have your annual budgeting process, whether you want to defer funding a project or not. That can happen. I've seen that happen before on a few road projects. So there are different mechanisms, but really the template that staff are following are the master plan projects that you've approved.
Yeah, and herein lies the problem. We have we voted, we have a housing crisis. We know that. We want to help that out. We also have an environmental crisis. We've been going very hard, and I know, Vivi, in your previous role, along with Alain, now we're dealing with some new environmental related issues to roads. Passenger vehicles are twice as heavy. Public transit is twice as heavy. That will have an impact on roads, and I know we're watching it very closely right now. So even with our current infrastructure and roads budget, it is a pretty solid assumption. We're going to have to spend more than what we currently are on roads just based on the wear and tear of them. Would that not be correct?
Yes, there's also construction techniques or new materials that could be investigated for durability, that sort of stuff. And I think it was through the asset management plan that was presented yesterday. I think some of those issues came up.
Yeah, I know we all want to see that wonderful new. They always test in out of Kingston, new road technologies and all that sort of stuff. I've never seen one actually work yet. So I have to go with real on the books assumptions. It will cost more. So we do need more help. And I think the other concern is, and I understand there's just a lot provincially and federally coming to us at once, but it is a bit of a math salad here right now to jump from such a much higher percentage down to what is currently presented in front of us today, which is good. But I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing to be able to keep up with infrastructure, but at the same time not penalize the opportunity for home ownership, because they are going to put it onto the bill. People will say they won't. Of course, they're going to put it onto the bill. Are you crazy? If you're going to jack up the rates that much, it's a private market. It's not a federal government organization that's regulated like Rogers or Bell, where they're forced to be in a cost window. Development industry is there to put it on to the cost of their homes, where they see their margin slipping already. So do you feel that this is a good balance with this new formula that we see in front of us today?
We do, Chair.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any questions. I just want to provide very brief comments on what's before us. Listen to questions today and comments and the delegations and the briefings prior to today, and I support what's before us. I see this as a compromise. During my first term on this committee, we kept hearing that growth pays for growth. And we quickly found out that, well, growth doesn't pay for all the growth, that there's definitely some additional subsidy from taxpayers. And if we were to set DCs at the rate where growth actually pays for growth, then we would be talking about a significant increase that new home buyers would have to be faced with. And I think the current housing crisis has made us all think twice through this process about what those DCs should be, because we don't want to significantly impact new home buyers, but at the same time, new growth, new homes do demand new infrastructure and new amenities, and that has to be paid for from somewhere. It's the equation, right? The equation of DCs and taxes and other that contribute to how this is paid for. So I just want to recognize that the situation we're in now with the housing crisis, I think, puts an extra emphasis and focus on the DCs, the amount of the DCs. But at the end of the day, the very expensive infrastructure to serve our city, in addition to new areas that are growing, is expensive. And the DCs are critical in that regard. No DCs or lower DCs, it just ensures that gap that exists gets bigger, and there's greater pressures on others to pay for that. So appreciate the revised recommendation that we have before us, and I will be fully supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. I don't see any further questions or comments to staff. I just want to echo the thanks you've already heard. This is an important document. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate the efforts that you've put into bringing this to us. Thank you very much, especially Gary, yourself. This is kind of exciting for me. I don't want to geek out too much, but in March 2019, we began the process of creating a new official plan. And this is the culmination 5 years later of what that official plan actually means with respect to the development charges. We'll find out soon what that means in terms of the transportation network, what it means in terms of the zoning bylaw, right? These processes take a long time to work their way to the point where it means something real to residents. I'm looking at the screen where there is going to be a rate of $57,596 on a new single and semi-detached home. And that's meaningful. And we've heard the debate today about whether that's the appropriate amount or not. And from here, we flip over into that year-over-year budgeting, the political decisions that we need to make. And that's what concerns me about some of the discussion that I've heard in the run-up to this meeting around the potential to move spending on needed infrastructure over onto the tax base. I think the process that we're winding up here today with development charges gives us the certainty that we are going to build the projects that we need to build. Once you flip over into year-over-year budgeting where politicians are making decisions, we're not very good at the long-term planning. Right? The infrastructure maintenance gap that we have is the result of decades of municipal councils who don't tax residents enough to put money away for the eventual renewal of their assets. If we have a choice from year to year to year about whether or not to fund a future infrastructure build, I can guarantee you that our council and councils right across North America are going to defer that spending in the interest of that year-to-year tax number that residents and the media focus on. So this is, to my mind, a great place to be today, where we can set in place the strategy for making sure that we build the infrastructure that is going to attract people to Ottawa. And it is a much better process than one that is left up to the vagaries of politicians. I think the numbers that are in front of us today are reasonable. The project list is the project list that council has already approved through its master plans. And I would urge everybody on council today, or sorry, on committee today, to vote in favor of it. Normally my speech is about 2 hours long on the subject of the planning process. So you got the abbreviated version. Oh my God, a dense, unreadable post, my specialty. Is the amendment carried? Carried. Is the report carried? Carried. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to find my agenda here somewhere. I have no idea what I'm doing next. I'm assuming it's, oh, you're the best, Kelly. Amending motion. Is the status update for increase in motions received? We have no in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion for the next meeting? Are there any inquiries? Any other business? We're adjourned until May 22nd. Thank you, colleagues.